the river and the bend. Juke joint owners started calling out, wanting me to come and lend my voice and six string to their weekends, fill their rooms up wall to wall. My voice and six string to their weekends, fill their rooms up wall to wall. I started traveling circuit style, a different stage every single hall. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, town to town on my own 2 feet. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, playing every bar room and side street, building up a name for myself that don't come with no deceit. Natchez, Jackson, then on to Hattiesburg, every room a different face. Natchez, Jackson, then on to Hattiesburg, every room a different face. But the same kind of hunger in their eyes, the same kind of empty space. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, town to town on my own 2 feet. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, playing every bar room and side street, building up a name for myself that don't come with no deceit. I started making real money now, but different than before. I started making real money now, but different than before. Every dollar had my own hands on it, wasn't skimmed off at raised back door. I bought myself a second guitar, a beat-up amp, a sturdy case. I bought myself a second guitar, a beat-up amp, a sturdy case. Started thinking about putting a band together, filling up the empty space. Found a drummer in Jackson named Willie, steady hands and a steadier heart. Found a drummer in Jackson named Willie, steady hands and a steadier heart. Found a bass man outside Hattiesburg who could hold a groove from the very start. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, town to town on my own 2 feet. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, playing every bar room and side street, building up a name for myself that don't come with no deceit. By the time we hit Laurel, we were a real band, tied and true. By the time we hit Laurel, we were a real band, tied and true. Willie's drums and Marcus on the bass, holding down the groove. Crowds got bigger every week, but this time it felt different, felt right. Crowds got bigger every week, but this time it felt different, felt right. Wasn't Ray's machine behind it, just 3 men and an honest night. There's a difference I was learning between being built up by somebody else's hands and building something up yourself, brick by brick, town by town. Willie and Marcus didn't answer to no contract, they answered to the music. Same as me, we split every dollar even, 3 ways, no fine print. No green-eyed woman keeping tabs on my mood for somebody else's benefit. I thought about Ray Kingston sometimes, wondered if he'd heard about the juke joint circuit buzzing with my name on it. Wondered if it burned him, knowing he didn't own a single note of what we were building. I hoped it did, but mostly I was just grateful, sitting in the back of Willie's old truck between towns, watching the Mississippi countryside roll by. For the first time finding out what it felt like to build something true, with my own 2 hands alongside men who wanted nothing from me but the music itself. We played 6 nights a week, some months, barely stopping to catch our breath. We played 6 nights a week, some months, barely stopping to catch our breath. But every juke joint felt like family, not a single one felt like a test. Willie's wife would cook us supper whenever we rode back through town. Willie's wife would cook us supper whenever Keeps rolling on through cities Jesse can't recall. St. Louis blurs to Kansas City, blurs to who knows where. Every hotel room, the same gold curtain, same tall mirror. Every whiskey glass refilled by hands that seem to care. Ray books the schedule tighter, says strike while the iron's hot. 3 shows a week becomes near 5, then 6 without a rest. Jesse's voice grows rougher, but the crowds don't seem to notice. They just want the diamond prince to give them all his best. Loretta tries to slow him, says you're running yourself thin. Jesse waves her off and says this is what the people pay. She watches from the wings each night with worry in her posture, watching how his hands now shake before the whiskey's laid. Finds him after shows now, different every city. Says she loves his music, says she's followed him for years. Jesse's lonely in the crowd of 10,000 people cheering. Sometimes less the loneliness dissolve into 7 fears. Oh, Loretta finds a lipstick on a collar in Ohio. Doesn't say a word but packs a bag before the dawn. Jesse wakes up to a note instead of her beside him. I love the boy from Clarksdale, I don't know where he's gone. He reads it twice and sets it down and reaches for the whiskey. 3rd one of the morning, doesn't count them anymore. Ray walks in with schedules, doesn't ask about Loretta, just says we got Cleveland tonight and shuts the hotel door. Paid. 6 strings in too many rooms, midnight train forgotten. Whiskey glass keep filling up while everything I love walks out. 6 strings in too many rooms, everything feels rotten. I used to know the reason why I sing, but now I doubt. Big Sam writes another letter, this one shorter than the last. Says I heard about the girl, son, I'm sorry that she's gone. A man can't chase the whole world and hold on to what matters. You're running faster, Jesse, but I fear you're running wrong. Jesse folds a letter, smaller than the ones before it, puts it with the others in a drawer he doesn't check. Ray knocks again with contracts, bigger numbers, bigger cities. Jesse signs without much reading, adds another check. Somewhere around Cleveland, in a room that looked exactly like every other room he'd slept in for the past 6 months, Jesse woke up at 4 in the morning and didn't know what city he was in. He lay there in the dark, listening to his own heartbeat, and realized he couldn't remember the last time he played guitar just because he wanted to. Not for a crowd, not for a check, not for Calloway, not even for himself, just for the simple joy of a chord ringing true in an empty room. He thought about Loretta's note, folded somewhere in his jacket pocket, the paper going soft from how many times he'd unfolded it and read it again. He thought about Delilah on that first midnight train, so many years and so many rooms ago. He thought, when did leaving become the only thing I know how to do? He didn't have an answer, he just lay there until the sun came up gray through the curtains. And then he got up and got dressed, because there was a show that night. And the show, Ray always always said the show must go on. Cleveland's crowd don't know Loretta's gone, don't know about the letters, don't know the whiskey glasses stacking higher every night. They just want the music, want the Diamond Prince performing. Jesse gives it to them, hides a hollow out of sight. Empty room calls out, where'd everybody go? Jesse's harmonica answers, quiet and slow. Silence and retangle in the hollow air. Two sounds searching for a love that isn't there. Six strings in too many rooms, midnight train forgotten. Whiskey glass keeps filling up while everything I love walks out. Six strings in too many rooms, everything feels rotten. Big Sam's letters piling up, I can't make out. Daddy's guitar is heavy now, with everything I lost. Six strings in too many rooms, I'm counting up the cost. Cleveland empties out at midnight, buses waiting in the rain. Jesse climbs aboard alone, Loretta's note still creased. Six strings in the seat beside him, like the last true friend he's got. Riding on to one more city, one more show, one more feast. The tour keeps rolling on through cities Jesse can't recall. St. Louis blurs to Kansas City, blurs to who knows where. Every hotel room, the same gold curtain, the same tall mirror. Every whiskey glass refilled by hands that seem to care. Red books, the schedule tighter says strike while the iron's hot. 3 shows a week becomes near 5, then 6 without a rest. Jesse's voice grows gruffer, but the crowds don't seem to notice. They just want the Diamond Prince to give them all his best. Loretta tries to slow, says you're running yourself thin. Jesse waves her off and says this is what the people paid. Tricks that made him who we are. He showed me how to bend a note till it near about cries. He showed me how to bend a note till it near about cries. That's the sound of a woman leaving, Big Sam testified. Down at the copper kettle, where the whiskey's cheap and warm. Down at the copper kettle, where the eye of someone's storm. Every broken heart in Clarksville comes to hear us play till dawn. Friday, word got round the town. The crowd got bigger every Friday, word got round the town. That cold boy's got a fire is what I heard get passed around. Down at the copper kettle, where the whiskey's cheap and warm. Down at the copper kettle, where the eye of someone's storm. Every broken heart in Clarksville comes to hear us play till dawn. my stare one night. A woman with green eyes and a red dress caught my stare one night. Big Sam elbowed me and laughed, said, boy, you ain't near all right. I looked away and hit the strings, tried to keep my mind in line. I looked away and hit the strings, tried to keep my mind in line. But that whiskey glass in front of me kept calling out one more time. Down at the copper kettle, where the whiskey's cheap and warm. Down at the copper kettle, where the eye of someone's storm. Every broken heart in Clarksville comes to hear us play till dawn. The older man named Otis pulled me over after last call. The older man named Otis pulled me over after last call. Said, Cole, I'll pay you regular if you play here through the fall. Big Sam found me out back counting my first real payday. More money than I made picking cotton in a month. He didn't say congratulations, he just looked at me hard and said, careful now, Jesse, this town's sweet on you tonight. But sweetness turns quick when the crowd wants more than you got to give. I seen good men chase that applause till they forgot why they picked up the guitar in the first place. I laughed it off, then told him I could handle a little shine. Lord, I wish I'd listened closer to that old man that night. Had any right. Big Sam kept teaching, kept me humble, kept me honest to the bone. Big Sam kept teaching, kept me humble, kept me honest to the bone. But that green-eyed woman kept on smiling from her corner all alone. Down at the copper kettle, I ain't just passing through no more. Down at the copper kettle, they're calling out for an encore. Got 6 strings and a steady wage and a green-eyed girl didn't sing a single note. 3 days I didn't touch that guitar, didn't sing a single note. Sat in that hotel room, staring at the words that Ray had wrote. Rosalie tried to talk me around, brought me coffee, brought me wine. Rosalie tried to talk me around, brought me coffee, brought me wine. Said, baby, don't throw it all away just 'cause of some fine line. Another piece of me. The promoter called about me. I looked at Rosalie clothes that night, really looked for the first time in a while. I looked at Rosalie clothes that night, really looked for the first time in a while. Saw the way she watched Ray's face for a nod before she'd smile. I asked her plain, who do you answer to, me or him? I asked her plain, who do you answer to, me or him? She looked away and didn't speak, and that told me more than words within. I'm living in a cage of gold, bars too pretty to see. I'm living in a cage of gold, bars too pretty to see. Every dollar that they hand me costs another piece of me. At midnight, quiet as a passing breeze. I packed my bag at midnight, quiet as a passing breeze. Thought about just walking out, leaving Ray down on his knees. But then I thought of all them fans who paid to hear my name. But then I thought of all them fans who paid to hear my name, and wondered if running now would make me just the same. I sat by that window a long while, bag packed, hand on the door. And I thought about the night I left Delilah's empty house. How running felt like freedom then, like the only honest thing to do. But this time was different. This time running meant leaving behind every soul who trusted my voice to mean something true. I thought about Big Sam's fiddle, about the boy who ended up washing dishes with his name erased from a record he built with his own two hands. I wasn't gonna let that be me, not yet, not without a fight. I put my bag down, I picked up my guitar instead. If Ray Kingston owned my name, then I was gonna make that name worth more than he ever bargained for. Morning came and I found Ray sitting calm behind his desk. Morning came and I found Ray sitting calm behind his desk. I told him plain, I'll play your shows, but I want a piece I can invest. He laughed at first, then saw I wasn't joking in my eyes. He laughed at first, then saw I wasn't joking in my eyes. Said, careful, Jesse Contracts, don't take kindly to surprise. Watch him now. I told him I'd keep singing, keep filling up his hall. I told him I'd keep singing, keep filling up his hall. But the day I find a way around him, Lord, I'm taking it all. I'm living in a cage of gold, but I'm learning where it bends. I'm living in a cage of gold. This ain't how the story ends. Got 6 strings on my shoulder, the father the Ray can't comprehend. Days passed with Rosalie gone, no word, no call, no sign. 3 days passed with Rosalie gone, no word, no call, no sign. I threw myself into rehearsal, tried to drown it out in rhyme. Ray stopped by my hotel room, said we got a bigger show to plan. Ray stopped by my hotel room, said we got a bigger shoulder plan, acting like nothing in the world had shifted underneath this man. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. I should have seen it coming sooner, should have read the warning in his calm. I asked him plain if he'd seen Rosalie watch his eyes dark to the floor. He asked him plain if he'd seen Rosalie watch his eyes dark to the floor. Can't say that I have, he told me, but I'd heard that lie before. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. I should have seen it coming sooner, should have read the warning in his calm. Then she told me something I hadn't ever known. She said, Mr. Kingston and Miss Rosalie, they go back before your time. She said, Mr. Kingston and Miss Rosalie, they go back before your time. She works for him, Mr. Cole always has, since before Clarksville, since before that green-eyed shine. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. I should have seen it coming sooner, should have read the warning in his calm. I stood there like I'd been hit, the room spinning slow around. I stood there like I'd been hit, the room spinning slow around. Every sweet word Rosalie whispered turning hollow, turning to sound. She was never mine to lose, she was Ray's hand all along. She was never mine to lose, she was Ray's hand all along. Sent to keep me sweet and steady, singing pretty, singing strong. I thought about that first night at the Kettle of Green Eyes, catching the light. I thought about that first night at the Kettle of Green Eyes, catching the light. Wondered how much of that meeting had been planned before that very night. I walked out of that office and just kept walking. Didn't have a place in mind. Past the diners and the record shops with my own face staring back at me from the window glass. And I thought about Big Sam's warning the very first week I met Ray Kingston. She runs with a fella named Ray, comes round when the crowd is more. I heard that warning with my own two ears and let it drift right past me. Too dazzled by green eyes and gold rings to hear the truth in it. I thought about my daddy's guitar resting back in that hotel room. The one honest thing in my whole life that never once lied to me. Never once needed to be paid to sound the way it sounded. I stopped walking outside a little chapel on the edge of downtown. Sat down on the steps, and for the first time since Delilah left, I let myself cry right there in the middle of Memphis. A famous man crying like the cotton field boy he used to be. I went back to my room and packed my bag, hand shaking as I moved. I went back to my room and packed my bag, hand shaking as I moved. Thought about tearing up that contract, but knew I still had something left to prove. I wasn't gonna run this time, wasn't gonna disappear. I wasn't gonna run this time, wasn't gonna disappear. I was gonna stand right there in Memphis and make Ray Kingston hear. story Ray left out, and I ain't going nowhere, going nowhere. They got strangers coming soon. Should've read the warning in his calm. We found a little house outside of Jackson, paint peeling on the door. We found a little house outside of Jackson, paint peeling on the door. Junie said it's perfect, Jesse, before I'd even seen the floor. I spend my days fixing shutters, spend my nights still playing shows. I spend my days fixing shutters, spend my nights still playing shows. Willie and Marcus helped me build a porch, the kind every good house grows. We got a house of our own now, small and honest, built by hand. We got a house of our own now, planting roots in Delta land. Ain't much, but it's the first place ever felt like it was truly planned. Junie hung curtains that her mama sewed before she passed away. Junie hung curtains that her mama sewed before she passed away. Said every stitch is a piece of her, still watching over us today. We got a house of our own now, small and honest, built by hand. We got a house of our own now, planting roots in Delta land. Ain't much, but it's the first place ever felt like it was truly planned. I still play the circuit song, 3 nights out, 4 nights home. I still play the circuit song, 3 nights out, 4 nights home. Well, they understood the balance now, knew a man don't always gotta roam. Marcus started courting the girl himself, brought her around on a Sunday noon. Marcus started courting the girl himself, brought her around on a Sunday noon. We sat out on my new built porch, playing a lazy Delta tune. Junior started singing harmony whenever I'd rehearse a song. Junior started singing harmony whenever I'd rehearse a song. Her voice was soft but sure and steady, never once seemed out of place, never wrong. We got a house of our own now, small and honest, built by hand. We got a house of our own now, planting roots in Delta land. Ain't much, but it's the first place ever felt like it was truly planned. A letter came one morning from a promoter up in Chicago town. A letter came one morning from a promoter up in Chicago town. Said he'd heard the cold trio sound and wanted to bring it further round. Junie read it slow beside me, didn't flinch, just held my hand. Junie read it slow beside me, didn't flinch, just held my hand. Said you built this house, Jesse, but I never asked you to abandon your own plan. I sat with that letter a long while, looking out at the little garden. Junie had started planting along the fence line, tomatoes and greens. Coming up slow in the Delta heat, I thought about Chicago, about bigger stages, bigger crowds, maybe even bigger money. And for the first time since Memphis, the thought of a bigger stage didn't stir nothing much in me at all. I thought about Ray Kingston, about how chasing bigger nearly cost me everything that mattered. I looked over at Junie, humming soft while she worked in that garden. And I understood something Big Sam tried to teach me a long time ago. A man don't need the biggest stage in the world, he just needs the right one, with the right people standing beside him. I wrote back to that promoter and told him thank you, but I'd found exactly the size of life I was looking for. Chicago can wait its turn. Willie and Marcus agreed with me, said Chicago can wait its turn. We got a good thing going right here, Jesse, no need to make it burn. We kept playing the circuit steady, kept the house and garden growing too. We kept playing the circuit steady, kept the house and garden growing too. June, his belly started rounding out that autumn, a secret we both knew. Sat that night out on the porch, getting a resting on my knee. I sat that night out on the porch, guitar resting on my knee. Junie beside me, hand on her belly, and for once my heart felt free. We got a house of our own now, and soon we'll be one more. We got a house of our own now, more than I ever bargained for. Got 6 strings on my shoulder, and a family growing at my door. Watched a stranger's foot start to go. The waitress turned it up for me, didn't know that voice was mine. The waitress turned it up for me, didn't know that voice was mine. I just sat there grinning quiet, feeling warm from head to spine. I'm spinning on the air now, in every house and car. I'm spinning on the air now, in every house and car. Jesse Cole from the cotton fields, becoming Memphis's brightest star. Ray came busting through my door with a stack of papers in his hand. Ray came busting through my door with a stack of papers in his hand. Say, kid, the phone's been ringing off the hook, they want you across the land. I'm spinning on the air now, in every house and car. I'm spinning on the air now, in every house and car. Jesse Cole from the cotton fields, becoming Memphis's brightest star. Rosalie bought herself a new red dress, said we gotta look the part. Rosalie bought herself a new red dress, said we gotta look the part. I laughed and told her money don't mean much, but she just rolled her eyes, sweetheart. I called up Big Sam from a payphone on the corner of the street. I called up Big Sam from a payphone on the corner of the street. He didn't say much, just good for you, son. His voice sounded incomplete. I'm spinning on the air now, in every blues. I hardly had a minute to catch my breath between the shows. I hardly had a minute to catch my breath between the shows. Slept in cars and cheap hotels, but Lord, my star just kept and rose. Somewhere between Nashville and Little Rock, I stopped counting the miles. Started counting crowds instead. 500 here, 1,000 there. Folks singing my own words back at me louder than I could sing them myself. It should have felt like everything I ever wanted. And for a while, Lord help me, it did. But late at night, in some strange hotel room, guitar laying next to me, like the only friend who really knew me anymore. I think about Big Sam's fiddle humming soft in the copper kettle, and I'd wonder when exactly the music stopped being about the hurt and started being about the crowd. I didn't have an answer. I just kept packing my bag for the next town. Always just to catch the eye. Rosalie started traveling with me, always just to catch the eye. Ray was always closing deals, counting money on the slide. Somewhere along that endless highway, I lost track of what was true. Somewhere along that endless highway, I lost track of what was true. Started believing my own name in life more than the boy I used to know. Another stage, another life. Every town looked just the same. Another stage, another life. I'd search the crowd, sometimes half open, to see Delilah in the light. I'm spinning on the air now, but who's the man they hear? Who's the man? I'm spinning on the air now, further gone with every year. Every year. Got 6 strings on my shoulder, but I'm losing who was standing here. Wow, yeah! A young accountant named Miss Hattie catches Jesse in the hallway. Says she's new at Calloway's office, needs a moment of his time. Jesse's tired and half listening as she spreads some papers open. Says the numbers on the tour don't add up, don't quite align. She points to figures, points to dates, points to a name repeated. Ray's initials on withdrawals, Jesse never signed his name. Jesse squints down at the paper like the letters might rearrange themselves. Feels a coldness spreading slow like winter through a window pane. Maybe it's a mix-up, Jesse says, though his voice sounds thin and doubtful. Hattie shakes her head and says, I folds the paper, sits alone after she's leaving. Thinks of every handshake, every trust me brother Ray has said. Thinks of Clarksdale, thinks of cornbread, thinks of every debt repaid. Feels a decade of a friendship turning heavy as the dead. He doesn't call Ray right away, just sits there with the whiskey, pours it slow and watches how the ember catches light. Big Sam's warning echoes back from that Detroit phone call. Wolves that wear a face that looks like you, he was right. Jesse finds Ray in the lobby, laughing loud with someone new. Ray sees his face and something flickers quick across his eyes. Jesse holds the papers up but doesn't say a word at first, just watches Ray's expression rearranging to surprise. And the lobby's gone quiet, and the truth is sitting bare, and 10 years of a friendship hanging thin as Delta air. 6 strings and a paper trail, midnight train derailing, whiskey glass, it's heavy in a hand that's shaking now. 6 strings and a paper trail, everything I'm failing to understand about a brother breaking every vow. Ray starts talking fast, says, Jesse, brother, let me explain it. Says it's just a loan, says he was gonna pay it back. Jesse's voice stays quiet, quieter than Ray's ever heard it. $10,000, Ray, that ain't a loan, that's just a theft, and that's a fact. Ray's face goes hard and cold, the smoothness dropping off him. Says you got so much, Jesse, more than you could ever spend. You forgot where you came from, forgot the ones who helped you get there. Jesse feels the words land like a fist he can't defend. For a long moment, neither one of them said anything. The lobby noise kept going around them, a bellhop with a cart, a woman laughing on a payphone, the everyday sounds of a world that had no idea 2 brothers were breaking apart right there. On a red carpet under a chandelier, Jesse thought about Ray's mama, who used to feed them both. On the night Jesse's own house had nothing on the stove. He thought about the miles they walked together as boys, barefoot down dirt roads, with nothing but dreams and half a harmonica between them. He wanted to be angrier than he was. Mostly what he felt was tired the way a man feels when he realizes a story he'd been telling himself was never quite as true as he needed it to be. I trusted you, Jesse finally said, not loud, just true. Ray didn't have an answer for that, nobody ever does. Ray walks away before the whole thing turns into a scene. Says he'll have the money back before the week is through. Jesse stands alone beneath the chandelier's cold shine, wondering how many other lies he's letting slip on through. Jesse's harmonica but's about to home. Calloway checks him into a hotel with a real doorman. Says this is where the real money starts to come around. Jesse sets his 6 strings on a bed too clean to touch. Feels the weight of everything he's leaving in the ground. Big Sam's letters come less often. Clarksdale feels far off. A postcard here, a phone call there, the distance start to grow. Jesse writes back doing fine. Sam, wish that you could see this, but some nights he don't know exactly what it means, or don't quite know. The label sets a meeting with executives in suits, talking numbers, talking contracts, talking bigger, talking more. Jesse nods along and signs where they tell him he should sign, not reading every line the way his daddy taught him for. A woman at the label office catches Jesse's eye. Name of Loretta with a laugh like church bells ringing clear. Calloway says, careful boy, but Jesse just keeps looking. Something in her smile feels warmer than he's felt all year. Nights start blurring into parties in the higher rooms. Whiskey glasses passed around like water at a well. Jesse plays for smaller crowds of richer, louder people. Different from the juke joints, different, and it's hard to tell. And the city lights keep burning, brighter than the Clarksdale stars, and the whiskey glass keeps filling faster than the passing cars. 6 strings in the big house, midnight train still calling. Whiskey glass keeps filling up, I ain't watching close. 6 strings in the big house, further from my falling. Feels like I'm becoming someone daddy wouldn't know. Loretta finds him on the balcony one warm October night. Says, you play like a man who's carrying something heavy, cold. And Jesse tells her half the truth about a girl in a train. Loretta listens closer than the story that he told. Calloway pulls Jesse aside before the party's over. Says the label wants a new sound, something bigger, something bold. Says maybe soften up that Delta thing you're always playing. Jesse feels something tighten, feels a door start to close cold. Later that night, alone in the hotel room again, Jesse took his daddy's guitar out of its case and just held it for a while without playing anything. He thought about Big Sam's juke joint, the smoke, the smell of rain, the way the whole room used to breathe together when he played something honest. He thought about the meeting today, the men in suits, talking about him like he was a product on a shelf. Talking about the softening, the very sound that got him out of Mississippi in the first place. He thought about Loretta's laugh, warm and easy, and how easy it would be to lose himself. And laughter that easy, in rooms this soft, and whiskey glasses that never seemed to empty all the way. Jesse ran his thumb along the strings, slow, quiet, and whispered to the guitar like it might answer back. I ain't forgetting who I am, I ain't forgetting where I'm from. But even as he said it, some small and honest part of him wasn't so sure he believed it anymore. Morning comes and Calloway's got papers spread across the table. Bigger deal, bigger money, bigger name up in the lights. Jesse signs again, a little faster than the last time. Tells himself he's climbing, tells himself he's doing right. 6 strings in the big house, 6 strings in the big house. Come on, come further. uncertain now. Traffic and retangled in the Nashville dark. Two sounds pulling different ways, losing their mark. Six strings in the big house, midnight train still calling. Whiskey glass keeps filling up. I ain't watching close. Six strings in the big house, further from my falling. Big Sam feels so far now. Delilah's just a ghost. Daddy's guitar's quieter than he used to sing. Six strings in the big house, I'm becoming someone else's dream. Yeah, Nashville sleeps beneath it, neon dimming in the gray. Jesse stands out on the balcony, glass still in his hand. Six strings resting silent in the corner of the room, wondering when the boy from Clarksdale turned into this man.
The bus rolled slow through towns I used to pass and race fine cars. The bus rolled slow through towns I used to pass and race fine cars. Everything looked smaller now, though I hadn't traveled far. I watched the cotton fields go by, white as clouds against the ground. I watched the cotton fields go by, white as clouds against the ground. Felt something loosen in my chest, a weight I'd carried coming unwound. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to where the story been. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to find out what I meant. Before the light, before the money, before the year I nearly spent. An old man sat beside me, asked if I was headed home. An old man sat beside me, asked if I was headed home. I told him I wasn't rightly sure, just knew I couldn't keep on this way, couldn't roam. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to where the story been. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to find out what I meant. Before the lights, before the money, before the year I nearly spent. The bus pulled into Clarksville just as evening colors bled. The bus pulled into Clarksville just as evening colors bled. Same dusty streets, same weathered signs, same feeling I once fled. I walked the last few blocks on foot, guitar heavy on my back. I walked the last few blocks on foot, guitar heavy on my back. Every step felt like unwinding time along a well-worn track. I saw the copper kettle sign still hanging crooked as before. I saw the copper kettle sign still hanging crooked as before. My hand was shaking just a little as I reached out for that door. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to where the story been. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to find out what I meant. Before the lights, before the money, before the year I nearly spent. Smelled just the same, whiskey, sawdust, and cigar. The room smelled just the same, whiskey, sawdust, and cigar. fall. Otis looked up slow, did a double take, and near about dropped the glass. Otis looked up slow, did a double take, and near about dropped the glass. Jesse Cole, he said, half laughing, didn't think I'd see that face. Otis told me Big Sam still played most Fridays, still had that same corner table, still ordered the same drink he never finished. Said he'd ask about me sometimes, wondering out loud if the Memphis Lights had swallowed me whole. I asked if he was around tonight. Otis just smiled and nodded toward the back room, where I could hear a fiddle warming up, slow and familiar, like a voice I hadn't realized how much I'd missed till I heard it again. I stood in that doorway a long moment, guitar case heavy in my hand, heart pounding harder than it ever did, walking on the inner stage in Memphis. I thought about everything that happened since I last stood in that same spot. Delilah's midnight train, Rosalie's green eyes, Ray's fine print, the whole deal, decayed of it. And here I was again, back at the start, except I wasn't the same boy who walked in the first time. Slow, and there sat Big Sam, fiddle in his hand. I pushed the door open slow, and there sat Big Sam, fiddle in his hand. He looked up at me over his glasses, didn't seem the least bit grand. Just said, well, look what the midnight train done, drug back in tonight. Just said, well, look what the midnight train done, drug back in tonight. I laughed first real laugh in months, and it felt exactly right. He waved me over to the table, so sit down, tell me where you've been. He waved me over to the table, so sit down, tell me where you've been. I set my guitar down easy and finally let the whole truth in. Wow! I'm going back to the kettle now, back to where the story been. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to find out what I meant. Before the lights, before the money, before the year I nearly spent. I told him about Rosalie, about Ray, about every mile of shine. I told him about Rosalie, about Ray, about every mile of shine. He just listened quiet, nodded slow, and poured me out some wine. I made it back to the kettle now, and Big Sam's still right here. I made it back to the kettle now, after a hard and costly year. A costly year. Got 6 strings on my shoulder, and then a friend who still holds me dear. Well, old man sat beside me, asked if I was headed home. The bus rolled slow through towns I used to pass and race fine cars. Everything looked smaller now, though I hadn't traveled far. I watched the cotton fields go by, white as clouds against the ground. I watched the cotton fields go by, white as clouds against the ground. Felt something loosening in my chest, a weight I carried, cotton unwound. I'm going back to the kettle now. light. She said she liked the way I hit them strings so full of pain. She said she liked the way I hit them strings so full of pain. Said a voice like mine could make a grown man dance in the rain. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, you got them green eyes like a storm. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, you got them green eyes like a storm. Big Sam warned me about your kind, but Lord, I still ain't warm. She'd wait by the stage door every night I finished playing. She'd wait by the stage door every night I finished playing, whispering sweet words that had my better sense delaying. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, you got them green eyes like a storm. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, you got them green eyes like a storm. Big Sam warned me about your kind, but Lord, I still ain't warm. Big Sam pulled me aside one night, said, boy, I seen her before. Big Sam pulled me aside one night, said, boy, I seen her before. She run with a fella named Ray, comes round when the crowd is more. I told Big Sam I hear you, but my heart don't listen well. I told Big Sam I hear you, but my heart don't listen well. Been so long since somebody looked at me and broke that lonesome spell. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, you got them green eyes like a storm. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, you got them green eyes like a storm. Big Sam warned me about your kind, but Lord, I still ain't warm. That's when I met the man himself, come strutting through the door. That's when I met the man himself, come strutting through the door. Sharp suit, gold ring, a smile that seemed to promise so much more. Ray walked up to me easy, shook my hand like we were old friends. Heard you're the one lighting up the kettle these days, he said. Got an ear for talent, Jesse Cole. I know people, real people, promoters up in Memphis looking for a sound just like yours. Rosalie stood there smiling like she already knew the ending to this story. Big Sam just watched from the bar, didn't say a word, but I saw his jaw tighten up like he was biting back a warning. He already gave me once and knew I wasn't gonna hear again. I shook Ray's hand anyway. Lord help me, I shook his hand. Said, don't he treat you right? I looked over at Big Sam, he just shook his head and sighed. I looked over at Big Sam, he just shook his head and sighed. I was too caught up in the shine to see what he was trying to hide. Watch out now! Watch out now! Watch out now! Oh, Rosalie, hey, Rosalie, and that smooth talking man named Ray. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, they got Race car was shinier than anything I'd ever rode in my life. Race car was shinier than anything I'd ever rode in my life. Rosalie up front, singing along, cutting through the morning like a knife. We passed the fields where I once picked cotton till my hands turned raw. We passed the fields where I once picked cotton till my hands turned raw. I pressed my face against the window, tried to swallow all I saw. Highway to Memphis, rolling under a Delta sun. Highway to Memphis, rolling under a Delta sun. Leaving everything behind me for a life that's just begun. We talked the whole way up there about the studio and the sound. We talked the whole way up there about the studio and the sound. Said they're gonna hear you, Jesse Cole, all across this town and beyond. Highway to Memphis, rolling under a Delta sun. Highway to Memphis, rolling under a Delta sun. Leaving everything behind me for a life that's just begun. I thought about Big Sam standing in the doorway, arms crossed tight. I thought about Big Sam standing in the doorway, arms crossed tight. Didn't wave goodbye, just watched us drive off into the light. Rosalie squeezed my hand and said, "Don't you look back now, baby." Rosalie squeezed my hand and said, "Don't you look back now, baby." But something in my chest kept aching like an old familiar melody. Highway to Memphis, rolling under a Delta sun. Highway to Memphis, rolling under a Delta sun. Leaving everything behind me for a life that's just begun. Well, we stopped for gas outside of town, I didn't know the name. We stopped for gas outside of town, I didn't know the name. We bought cigarettes and coffee, said, "Kid, ain't nothing gonna be the same." I stepped outside and stretched my legs, looked up at the wide open sky. I stepped outside and stretched my legs, looked up at the wide open sky. Wondered if Delilah ever saw this same road when she said goodbye. There's a strange kind of quiet that comes over a man when he realizes he's already too far gone to turn around. I stood by that gas station, 6 strings resting against my leg, and I thought about every road that brought me here. The midnight train that took Delilah, the crossroads outside Clarksville, Big Sam's hand on my shoulder, the first night he called me something more than a stranger. Ray honked the horn, said, "Come on, Jesse. Memphis, don't wait for nobody." I climbed back in that car, Rosalie smiled at me like I was already famous. I smiled back, but my heart was still standing at the gas station, watching the road behind me disappear into the dust. Have gone, have none. By the time we hit the city lights, my hands had gone, have none. Memphis rose up all around
run.
My name is Jesse Cole, and this here's the night my whole life turned around. The night Delilah left. I came home from the cotton field. Sun was hanging low. I came home from the cotton field. Sun was hanging low. Front door standing open, but there ain't nobody home. Her dress still on the hanger, but her shoes were gone. Her dress still on the hanger, but her shoes were gone. I called her name 3 times, but the house just hummed along. I don't know how. I found a note upon the table, corner torn and stained. I found a note upon the table, corner torn and stained. Said, Jesse, I can't live here watching you stay the same. Oh, Delilah, Delilah, where'd you run to now? Oh, Delilah, Delilah, where'd you run to now? The porch light still on burning, but I don't know how. I ran down to the station, heart pounding in my chest. I ran down to the station, heart pounding in my chest. Watched the midnight train pull out, heading for the west. Steam was rising off the tracks like a ghost against the moon. Steam was rising off the tracks like a ghost against the moon. I stood there like a fool boy singing the same old tune. Oh, Delilah, Delilah, where'd you run to now? Oh, Delilah, Delilah, where'd you run to now? The porch light's still on burning, but I don't know how. I stood on that platform till the last light of that train disappeared into the dark, and I thought about my daddy, who used to say, son, a man ain't nothing but the road he walks and the song he carries. I went home that night, reached under the bed, pulled out his old guitar. 6 strings, dust thick as a Delta summer. And I made myself a promise right there in that empty house. I wasn't gonna sit and rot waiting on a woman who already left. I was gonna follow that same track Delilah rode away on, not to find her, but to find whatever's waiting for me past the edge of this town. Lock the door behind me, ain't looking back just the beginning, just the beginning of the blues.
Memphis station spits them out into the morning crowd. Horns and voices tangled up like wires overhead. Jess has never seen a city move this fast before. Every face a stranger, every street a thread unread. He follows the address scratched on Calloway's old car, past a barber shop, a diner, a church bell ringing clean. 6 strings on his shoulder like a cross he's learned to carry. Boots still caked with Delta dust, the only home he's seen. Up like a river full of sound. Trumpets bleeding out of doorways, pianos in the air. Jesse stops dead center like a man who's found religion, standing in the middle of a music he can't compare. A boy no older than him is playing on the corner, slapping on a guitar like it owes him something bad. Drops a coin and stands there listening a minute, thinking of the roads and rooms and everything he's had. The record office door is smaller than he pictured. A woman at the desk asks who he's come to see. He says a name like it's a password to another life. She points down a hallway, says Calloway's on 3. But Jesse thinks of Big Sam's voice and holds his 6 strings hard. And the city hums around him like a chorus he ain't learned. Every corner holds a promise, every promise has gotta be earned. 6 strings walking Beale Street, sunlight on the stone, whiskey glass still empty, but the city ain't my home yet. 6 strings walking Beale Street, further than I've known, chasing down a sound that I ain't found completely. Calloway's office smells like leather and cigar smoke. Photographs of singers Jesse's only heard on air. He sits down in a chair too soft for Delta boys. Waits to hear if all this travel led him anywhere. Calloway comes in talking fast about a session. Says Thursday morning, boy, we'll cut your very first sound. Jesse's hands go cold and steady all at once together, like the moment right before the midnight train leaves town. Calloway slid a paper across the desk and said, "This here's a contract, son, standard terms. We record 4 sides, we see how they do, and if the people like what they hear, well, we talk about more." Jesse looked at the words, but they might as well have been written in a language he'd never learned. He thought about his daddy's guitar passed down like scripture and wondered what his daddy would say about signing his name next to a stranger's promise. He thought about Delilah's train pulling away in the rain and Big Sam's harmonica warm in his coat pocket and every dollar he didn't have and every dream he did. Calloway said, "Take your time, but not too much of it. Memphis is full of boys who can play guitar, ain't many who can play it like they mean it."
Jesse picked up the pen, his hand wasn't shaking anymore.
He signed his name the way his daddy taught him letters. Slow and careful, like each stroke could break a man. Calloway shakes his hand and calls him Memphis material. Jesse walks back out not knowing where the road might bend. Something I won't forget. Big Sam's voice still with me, Delilah's ghost behind. 6 strings walking Beale Street, stepping into my own time. Evening falls on Memphis, neon starting to glow. Jesse stands on the corner where the boy still plays his song. He drops a coin, then keeps on walking toward Thursday, 6 strings on his shoulder, carrying him along. We played a rowdy joint downtown, tougher crowd than we'd ever seen. We played a rowdy joint downtown, tougher crowd than we'd ever seen. 2 men started fighting near the stage over something mean. Willie stepped between them, trying to calm the whole thing down. Willie stepped between them, trying to calm the whole thing down. One of them swung wild and caught him, sent him spinning to the ground. Spent a night in the Jackson jail, cold bars and a concrete floor. Spent a night in the Jackson jail, cold bars and a concrete floor. Wasn't the crime I thought I'd answer for, but I do it all once more. I didn't think, just swung right back, defending my old friend. I didn't think, just swung right back, defending my old friend. The law showed up and grabbed us both before the night could end. Spent a night in the Jackson jail, cold bars and a concrete floor. Spent a night in the Jackson jail, cold bars and a concrete floor. Wasn't the crime I thought I'd answer for, but I do it all once more. Willie sat across the cell, holding ice against his eye. Willie sat across the cell, holding ice against his eye. Said, sorry, Jesse, didn't mean to drag you into this here alibi. I told him, man, that's what a friend is for, don't you worry none. I told him, man, that's what a friend is for, don't you worry none.
said, well, this sure ain't how the night was supposed to run. An old drunk in the corner cell started singing something low. An old drunk in the corner cell started singing something low. I recognized the tune a moment, one my old daddy used to know. Spent a night in the Jackson jail, cold bars and a concrete floor. Spent a night in the Jackson jail, cold bars and a concrete floor. Wasn't the crime I thought I'd answer for, but I'd do it all once more. Marcus came by morning with the bell, shaking his head at us both. Marcus came by morning with the bell, shaking his head at us both. Y'all's lucky Junie ain't the one who came, she'd have skinned you, that's an oath. We walked out squinting in the sunlight, sore but laughing just the same. We walked out squinting in the sunlight, sore but laughing just the same. Some nights teach you more about a brother than any well-earned fame. Sitting in that cell overnight, I had plenty of time to think. Staring at them concrete walls, listening to that old drunk sing. Something close enough to one of my daddy's songs that I nearly cried right there. I thought about how different this felt from any trouble I'd known in Memphis. Ray's lawyers, Ray's fine print, Ray's version of consequences dressed up in expensive suits. This was simple, a friend got hit, I stood up for him and we both paid a night for it. Plain and honest as a debt ought to be. I realized something sitting on that cold floor. I'd rather spend 100 nights in a cell standing up for somebody who mattered than one more night. Free in some Memphis hotel room, standing up for nothing at all. Willie didn't need to thank me. The bruise on his own knuckles said plenty. But I caught the corner of her smile before she let it sit. Heroes, both of you, she said, shaking her head with a laugh. Heroes, both of you, she said, shaking her head with a laugh. I pulled her close and told her, well, somebody's gotta walk that path. Shaking her head at us three. We told the story that night at supper, Loretta shaking her head at us three. But she still dished out extra plates, said, well, family's family. Spent a night in the Jackson jail, but I'd stand for Willie again, stand again. Spent a night in the Jackson jail and found out who's a real friend, a real friend. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and a brotherhood that won't bend.
Smoke sits low like fog over a river bend. Bottles sweat on tables where the tired men lean. Jesse's fingers find the groove Big Sam taught him. 6
Six strings burning gold beneath the amber sheen. 2 years now since he left the Delta ground. Boots worn thin from walking every crooked mile. Whiskey glass still catches every light that's swinging, but he sips it slower now, almost like a smile. Big Sam calls the changes with a lifted brow. Jesse followed blind, he's learned to trust the sound. Somewhere out that window, a train is running midnight, cutting through the dark like it's plowing sacred ground. And the room don't know it yet, but something shifting in the air tonight. Six string singing, midnight train, don't wait. Whiskey glass is empty, but I ain't drowning in it now. Six string singing, I'm still walking through the gate that my daddy left wide open, and I'm learning how. There's a man in the back wearing a city suit, coat too clean for a room this rough and low. Watching Jesse's hands like he's counting money, writing something down he don't want the room to know. Song ends and the bar goes quiet for a beat. Big Sam nods to Jesse, says, boy, you've got the gift. Man in the suit stands up and starts walking closer. Jesse's stomach turns, he feels the whole night shift. The man said his name was Mr. Calloway out of Memphis City. Scouted talent for a label with real money behind it. Said, son, I've heard 100 guitar players come through towns like this, and most of them sound like they're copying somebody. You sound like you're telling the truth. He put a card on the table right next to the whiskey glass and said, the midnight train up to Memphis leaves Thursday. Big Sam didn't say a word, he just looked at Jesse the way a man looks at a son who's about to leave the nest. Proud and a little bit afraid of what the world might do to him. Jesse picked up that card like it was made of glass, and for the first time since Delilah left, he didn't think about the past. He thought about tomorrow. Big Sam said the road already taught you plenty, but this next lesson, boy, I can't teach you it all. He handed Jesse an old harmonica, silver dented, said when it gets hard, remember why you play it all. Jesse's guitar answers high. I gotta find out, I gotta find out. Back and forth across the smoky room, two voices talking without a single word about doubt. Six strings singing, midnight train, don't wait. It's pulling out a station and my name is on the list. Whiskey glass is empty on a table, I'm leaving. Singing, this is a chance I can't resist. Big Sam's blessing riding in my pocket like a comb. Six string singing, I was born for a night like this. Rain still falling on that tin roof, soft and slow. Big Sam watching taillights fade into the dark. Card in Jesse's pocket, guitar strapped across his shoulder. Six strings and a whistle, the midnight train's his mark. machines than I'd ever been shown. A man named Mr. Hargrove shook my hand, said, "So you're the one Ray found." A man named Mr. Hargrove shook my hand, said, "So you're the one Ray found." Let's hear that Delta Phi, everybody's talking round this town. Under the starlight sound, they're waiting on my voice. Under the starlight sound, they're waiting on my voice. One take to prove I'm worth it. One take, there ain't no other choice. I stepped up to that microphone with my daddy's guitar in hand. I stepped up to that microphone with my daddy's guitar in hand. My fingers shook a little, trying hard to understand. Under the starlight sound, they're waiting on my voice. Under the starlight sound, they're waiting on my voice. One take to prove I'm worth it. One take, there ain't no other choice. I closed my eyes and thought of Delilah, thought of that midnight train. I closed my eyes and thought of Delilah, thought of that midnight train. Thought of Big Sam's steady hands and every word of his refrain. And when I hit that first chord, something in the room went still. And when I hit that first chord, something in the room went still. Even Ray stopped smiling wide, felt a kind of honest chill. Under the starlight sound, they're waiting on my voice. Under the starlight sound, they're waiting on my voice. One take to prove I'm worth it. One take, there ain't no other choice. Mr. Hargrove leaned back slow, a smile creeping across his face. Mr. Hargrove leaned back slow, a smile creeping across his face. Said, "Boy, where in the world did Ray Kingston find a voice like that? Such grace." Rosalie stood behind the glass, hand pressed against her chest. Rosalie stood behind the glass, hand pressed against her chest. For a moment I forgot the deal, forgot about the rest. There's a feeling that comes when a room full of strangers goes quiet, just to hear what's coming out of you. I ain't got words fancy enough for it. For a minute, I wasn't thinking about Ray's contract or Rosalie's smile, or the money Hargrove kept talking about like it was already mine. I was just a boy with his daddy's guitar, singing the same song I used to sing on that empty porch the night Delilah left. The funny thing about heartbreak, you carry it so long, it starts sounding like the only honest thing you know how to play. Hargrove clapped his hands together and said, "Let's cut a record." And just like that, everything changed. Before the sun went down, they had me cutting track after track before the sun went down. Ray kept counting numbers in his head, already spinning around the town. By midnight I was hoarse and aching, but I never felt so alive. By midnight I was hoarse and aching, but I never felt so alive. First time since Delilah left me, that I felt like I could cry. Hey! That's the sound! gonna be everywhere. Under the starlight sound,
They found a voice they came for.
under the starlight sound.
I gave them something worth fighting for. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and a record they're pressing to the chord.
Her name was Rosalie. She told me on a Tuesday night. Her name was Rosalie. She told me on a Tuesday night. Sat right up front at the kettle, underneath the dim red light. She said she liked the way I hit them strings so full of pain. She said she liked the way I hit them strings so full of pain. Said a voice like mine could make a grown man dance in the rain. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, you got them green eyes like a storm. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, you got them green eyes like a storm. Big Sam warned me about your kind, but Lord, I still ain't warm. She'd wait by the stage door every night I finished playing. She'd wait by the stage door every night I finished playing, whispering sweet words that had my better sense delaying. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, you got them green eyes like a storm. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, you got them green eyes like a storm. Big Sam warned me about your kind, but Lord, I still ain't warm. Big Sam pulled me aside one night, said, boy, I seen her before. Big Sam pulled me aside one night, said, boy, I seen her before. She run with a fella named Ray, comes round when the crowd is more. I told Big Sam I hear you, but my heart don't listen well. I told Big Sam I hear you, but my heart don't listen well. Been so long since somebody looked at me and broke that lonesome spell. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, you got them green eyes like a storm. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, you got them green eyes like a storm. Big Sam warned me about your kind, but Lord, I still ain't warm. That's when I met the man himself, come strutting through the door. That's when I met the man himself, come strutting through the door. Short suit, gold ring, a smile that seemed to promise so much more. Ray walked up to me easy, shook my hand like we were old friends. Heard you're the one lighting up the kettle these days, he said. Got an ear for talent, Jesse Cole, I know people, real people. Promoters up in Memphis looking for a sound just like yours. Rosalie stood there smiling like she already knew the ending to this story. Big Sam just watched from the bar, didn't say a word. But I saw his jaw tighten up like he was biting back a warning. He already gave me once and knew I wasn't gonna hear again. I shook Ray's hand anyway, Lord help me, I shook his hand. Ray bought around for the whole room, said drinks are on me tonight. Ray bought around for the whole room, said drinks are on me tonight. Rosalie slid in, just shook his head and sighed. I looked over at Big Sam, he just shook his head and sighed. I was too caught up in the shine to see what he was trying to hide. Watch out now! I'm walking into a brand new day. Stern as a Sunday sermon. Junie's daddy was a preacher man, stern as a Sunday sermon. Marcus warned me, watch yourself cold. He don't take kindly to no vermin. I put on my one good shirt, comb my hair the best I could. I put on my one good shirt, comb my hair the best I could. Walked up to his little house, feeling nervous as a green cut wood. I'm asking Junie's father now, head in hand and heart laid bare. I'm asking Junie's father now, praying that he'll hear my prayer. Every mile I walk to get here, wondering if I'm even welcome there. He set me down upon his porch, didn't offer me a seat too fast. He set me down upon his porch, didn't offer me a seat too fast. Studied me a long, long moment like he was reading through my past. I'm asking Junie's father now, head in hand and heart laid bare. I'm asking Junie's father now, praying that he'll hear my prayer. Every mile I walk to get here, wondering if I'm even welcome there. I heard about Memphis, he said slow. Heard about the life he led. I heard about Memphis, he said slow. Heard about the life he led. Heard about women, heard about money. Heard the road that you were fed. I didn't try to hide a single piece, told him every mile, every fall. I didn't try to hide a single piece, told him every mile, every fall. Told him about Delilah, Rosalie, Ray Kingston. Told him truthfully, told him all. He listened close, didn't interrupt, just nodded slow and grim. He listened close, didn't interrupt, just nodded slow and grim. When I finished, he was quite a while before he looked at me again. I'm asking Junie's father now, head in hand and heart laid bare. I'm asking Junie's father now, praying that he'll hear my prayer. Every mile I walk to get here, wondering if I'm even welcome there. A man who tells the truth about his failings, he said, ain't the same as a man who hides. A man who tells the truth about his failings, he said, ain't the same as a man who hides. I marry fools who look much cleaner, standing pretty at my side. My daughter don't need clean, he said she needs a man who's finally found his ground. My daughter don't need clean, he said she needs a man who's finally found his ground. You sure you found it, son, or is this porch just one more town? I looked that old preacher dead in the eye, and for a moment I thought about every road I'd walked since Delilah left. The midnight train, the crossroads outside Clarksville, Memphis, Ray, Rosalie, the long walk back. to the copper kettle, the juke joint circuit, Willie's kindness, and finally this very porch. And I told him the truest thing I knew. Sir, I've been lost enough times to know exactly what fine feels like now. I ain't perfect, and I ain't finished changing, but I know this: every road I ever walked was leading me towards somebody who didn't need me to be nothing but honest. That's your daughter. I ain't asking to stop walking altogether, I'm asking if she'd walk it with me, and if you'd trust me enough to let her. He was quiet a long moment, then he stood up slow, held out his hand and said, well, that's the first honest thing a man said to me on this porch in a long while. Jesse Cole.
He shook my hand firm and slow, said you got my blessing, son. He shook my hand firm and slow, said you got my blessing, son. But you break her heart the way that Memphis broke you, we'll have another run. I laughed relieved and thanked him proper, promised I'd hold true. I laughed relieved and thanked him proper, promised I'd hold true. He called Junie out onto the porch, said, girl, I believe he's fit for you. Strings on my shoulder and a whole new life breaking there. Didn't offer me a seat too fast. He sat me down upon his porch, didn't offer me a seat too fast. Studied me a long, long moment, like he was reading through my past. I'm asking Junie's father now, hat in hand and heart laid bare. I'm asking Junie's father now, praying that he'll hear my prayer. Every mile I walk to get here, wondering if I'm even welcome there. He sat me down upon his porch, didn't offer me a seat too fast. He sat me down upon his porch, didn't offer me a seat too fast. Studied me a long, long moment, like he was reading through my past. I'm asking Junie's father now, hat in hand and heart laid bare. I'm asking Junie's father now, praying that he'll hear my prayer. From a hotel room in a town I can't recall. I rode to Junie from a hotel room in a town I
music filled the hall. She wrote me back in careful hand, telling about her days at home. She wrote me back in careful hand, telling about her days at home. Simple words about the garden, by the hymn she hummed alone. There's letters passing between towns now, folding up my heart in every line. There's letters passing between towns now, and I read them one more time. Every word she sends feels steadier than any bottle of wine. Willie teased me something fierce whenever Mail called up with us. Willie teased me something fierce whenever Mail called up with us. Said, Cole, you're reading that letter slower than the whole darn bus. There's letters passing between towns now, folding up my heart in every line. There's letters passing between towns now, and I read them one more time. Every word she sends feels steadier than any bottle of wine. Marcus laughed along beside him, said, little sister's got him good. Marcus laughed along beside him, said, little sister's got him good. I just smiled and folded up the letter, kept it tucked beneath my hood. We played a run through Alabama, towns I'd never seen before. We played a run through Alabama, towns I'd never seen before. Every crowd a little bigger, word spreading out from door to door. But every night before I slept, I'd think of that porch and that hummed hymn. But every night before I slept, I'd think of that porch and that hummed hymn. Wondering if a road this long could still lead back again to her and him. There's letters passing between towns now, folding up my heart in every line. There's letters passing between towns now, and I read them one more time. Every word she sends feels steadier than any bottle of wine. A promoter in Birmingham offered a residency, steady pay each week. A promoter in Birmingham offered a residency, steady pay each week. I thought about staying put a while, thought about what my heart might seek. Willie said residency's good money, Jesse, but I know that look you got. Willie said residency's good money, Jesse, but I know that look you got. That's the look of a man who already knows where his heart's tied in a knot. I sat on the edge of a hotel bed in Birmingham, that residency offer in my hand. Good money, steady work, everything a traveling man's supposed to want. After 2 years on the circuit, and all I could think about was Junie's handwriting, careful and plain, telling me about her garden, like it was the most important news in the world. Funny how a man can chase applause across 3 states and call it freedom, and then realize the thing he's really been chasing is a porch, a hummed hymn sung slightly wrong, and somebody who never once needed him to be anybody but exactly who he already was. I thought about Delilah's note on that kitchen table, watching you stay the same. Maybe this was different. Maybe wanting to go home to somebody wasn't staying the same at all. Maybe it was the whole point of everything the road had been teaching me. Started up the truck, didn't need to ask me why. We finished out the run through Alabama, every show still true and bright. We finished out the run through Alabama, every show still true and bright. But my mind was already back in Jackson, counting down the days and nights. On that porch, girl, I'm coming back to town. There's letters passing between towns, but soon I won't need to write. There's letters passing between towns, 'cause I'm coming home tonight. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and any bottle of wine. Told the promoter not this time. I turned down the residency, told the promoter not this time. Well, he just grinned and started up the truck, didn't need to ask me why. We finished out the run through Alabama, every show still true and bright. We finished out the run through Alabama, every show still true and bright. But my mind was already back in Jackson, counting down the days and nights. I wrote Junie one last letter before we turned the truck around. I wrote Junie one last letter before we turned the truck around. Told her save me a seat on that porch, girl, I'm coming back to town. There's letters passing between towns, now folding up my heart in every line. There's letters passing between towns now, and I read them one more time. Every word she sends feels steadier than any bottle of wine. Will it tease me something fierce whenever Mel puffed up with us? Will it?
7 days since Jesse caught him with the papers in his hand. 7 days of waiting on a promise wearing thin. Ray keeps saying soon, brother, soon I'll set it right. Jesse keeps on drinking, keeps on letting the doubt sink in. Calloway don't know yet, Jesse hasn't told a soul, except Miss Hattie sworn to silence, worried in her eyes. Jesse tells himself he's handling it the quiet way, tells himself that air and trouble never made a man look wise. The shows go on in Cincinnati, Louisville, then Dayton. Jesse's playing on the outside while he's breaking underneath. Loretta's gone, raised a stranger, wearing an old friend's jacket. Big Sam's far away in Clarksdale, just a voice beneath the teeth. A telegram arrives from Memphis, from the bank Miss Hattie flagged. Says the account in question's now completely drained and closed. Jesse reads it twice, feels the last thread of denial snapping, feels the door that had been cracked, slammed shut and fully closed. He finds Ray backstage in Dayton, laughing with the roadies. Ray sees Jesse's face and laughter dies down in his throat. Jesse holds the telegram out, doesn't raise his voice at all. The account is empty, Ray, where'd $10,000 go? Ray's smile finally drops completely, and something old surfaces. A tiredness, a bitterness Jesse's never seen him wear. Says, you want the truth, Jesse? I got debts, I got a family. You got everything so easy, I just took my fair share. And the roadies stopped their working,
and the room goes cold and still, and a friendship built on cornbread finally shows its final bill. 6 strings and a telegram, midnight train derailing, whiskey glass can't fix the hole it's opening up inside. 6 strings and a telegram, everything I'm failing to hold together, brother, there's no place left to hide. Jesse asked the question that's been burning since the lobby. Fair share of what, Ray? I gave you work, I gave you trust. Ray just shakes his head and says, you never asked what I was owed for carrying your bags for years while you collected all the dust. The words cut deeper than the money ever could have, and Jesse feels the old friendship crumbling into something cold and strange. Ray says he's leaving, says he's done, says Jesse can keep his diamonds, walks out through the stage door and don't ever look again. Jesse stood there in the empty backstage hallway for a long time. After Ray's footsteps had faded down the corridor and out into the Dayton night, the roadies had gone quiet, pretending to be busy with cables and cases, giving him the kind of privacy people give a man who's just watched something break that can't be fixed. He thought about all the years, Clarksdale, the dirt roads, the porch steps, the half-a-sandwich afternoons, and wondered if any of it had been as real as he remembered, or if Ray had been keeping score the whole time. Counting up some debt Jesse never knew he owed. Maybe that's what money did to people, maybe it didn't create the greed, the resentment, the quiet keeping score. Maybe it just gave it somewhere to finally show itself. Jesse thought about his daddy's guitar, still safe in its case, the one thing in his whole life that had never once asked him for anything he couldn't give. He picked it up and held it close, right there in the empty hallway. And for the first time since Loretta left, he let himself cry. Calloway finds out by morning, furious about the money, says they'll handle it with lawyers. Says Ray Cole, no wait, Ray Doss will pay. Jesse just sits quiet through the meeting, doesn't care much for the details, feels like something bigger than the money slipped away. Sworn to silence, worried in her eyes. Jesse tells himself he's handling it the quiet way, tells himself that air in trouble never made a man look wise. The shows go on in Cincinnati, Louisville, then Dayton. Jesse's playing on the outside while he's breaking underneath. Loretta's gone, Ray's a stranger, wearing an old friend's jacket. Big Sam's far away in Clarksdale, just a voice beneath the teeth. 7 days since Jesse caught him with the papers in his hand. 7 days waiting on a promise wearing thin. Ray keeps saying, soon, brother, soon I'll set it right. Jesse keeps on drinking, keeps on letting the doubts sink in. Calloway don't know yet, Jesse hasn't told a soul, except Miss Hattie sworn to silence, worried in her eyes. Jesse tells himself he's handling it the quiet way, tells himself that every trouble never made a man look wise. The shows go on in Cincinnati, Louisville, then Dayton. Jesse's playing on the outside while he's breaking underneath. Loretta's gone, Ray's a stranger, wearing an old friend's jacket.
miss had flagged. Says the can of questions now completely drained and closed. Jesse reads it twice, feels the last thread of denial snapping. Feels a door that had been cracked, slammed shut and fully closed. He finds Ray backstage in Dayton, laughing with the roadies. He finds Ray backstage in Dayton, laughing with the roadies. He finds Ray backstage in Dayton, laughing in the roadies, the wise. He finds Ray backstage in Dayton, laughing at the word and how to cry.
Reposition men arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Jesse watches from the window as they hook up to the car. The moon-colored Cadillac that once made him feel like royalty rolls away behind a tow truck, disappearing near and far. Calloway's lawyers say the debts have finally caught the numbers, say the labels cutting losses, say the contract's now in doubt. Jesse packs the things he still can call his own inside a suitcase. 6 strings and a photograph and not much else about. Frank the driver shakes his hand, says sorry, Mr. Cole. Says he's got another job now, driving for a different star. Jesse thanks him for the kindness, for the years of empty small talk. Watches one more piece of Nashville shrinking smaller, shrinking far. He checks out of the hotel with the manager watching careful, counting every towel, every ashtray, every little thing. Jesse used to tip in 20s, used to laugh at all their fussing. Now he counts his own thin wallet like a man who's counting strings. Miss Hattie finds him in the lobby quiet, sets an envelope. Says it's not much severance, but she wanted him to know that some folks still remember kindness underneath the ruin. Jesse thanks her, doesn't cry, though his eyes are close to those. He walks out to the station where he'd walked in years before. Different suitcase, different man, though the tracks remain the same. Buys some one-way tickets out this time instead of north to Fortune. Whispers to himself the sound of his own given name. And the station clock keeps ticking, same as ever, cold and slow. And the midnight train arriving is the only friend Jesse knows. 6 strings and a suitcase, midnight train is calling. Whiskey glass left broken in a hotel far behind. 6 strings and a suitcase, everything is falling. But something feels like honesty for the first time in my mind. An old man on the platform strikes up conversation easy. Says you look like someone I might have heard on the radio. Jesse almost laughs, says used to be, don't know if I still am. The old man shrugs and says, well son, seems like a hard road. The train pulls in with steam and steel the way it always has. Jesse climbs aboard with nothing but his suitcase and his name. No driver, no assistant, no Loretta, no Ray now. Just the rattling window seat and the Delta calling him again. Somewhere around the Kentucky line, Jesse pressed his head against the glass, the same way he had 3 years before, riding the opposite direction. Full of hope and a business card and a future he thought he understood. Now the future was behind him, or maybe it never existed. The way he pictured it, maybe Maybe the whole shining Nashville dream had just been a longer, prettier version of a whiskey glass. Something a man drinks to feel bigger than he is, until one morning he wakes up and the bottle's empty, and so is he. Jesse thought about his daddy again, the way he always did when the world got too loud to think straight in. His daddy had never owned a Cadillac, never owned a diamond ring, never signed a contract he didn't read 3 times over first. And yet somehow, on that porch in Clarksdale, that man had seemed richer than anybody Jesse met in Nashville. Jesse didn't know yet if he could get back to that kind of rich before the first time in a long while, riding that rattling train through the dark. He wanted to try. Back the conductor calls the station, same as any other evening. Jesse watches farmland roll by, darker than before. He thinks of Big Sam's juke joint, thinks of Clarksdale's dusty roads, thinks that maybe going backward is the only way to move forward anymore. Train wheels call out, oh, home, going home. Jesse's harmonica answers quiet and alone. Steel and retangled in the rattling dark, 2 sounds carrying a man back to his dock. 6 strings and a suitcase, midnight train is calling, whiskey glass left broken in a hotel far behind. 6 strings and a suitcase, everything is falling. Big Sam's waiting patient, Delilah's just a sign. Daddy's guitar is all I've kept from everything I chased. 6 strings and a suitcase, I'm going back to face it. Dawn breaks slow across the fields as Mississippi nears. Dawn breaks slow across the fields, Mississippi nears. Dawn breaks slow across the fields as Mississippi nears. Jesse's eyes stay open, watching red clay come in view. 6 strings and a suitcase by boots, riding on the Clarksdale to the only truth he knew. The rear possession men arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Jesse watches from the window as they hook up to the car. The moon-colored Cadillac that once made him feel like royalty rolls away behind the tow truck, disappearing near and far. Say the debts have finally caught the numbers, say the labels cut in losses, say the contract's now in doubt. Jesse packs the things he still can call his own inside a suitcase. 6 strings and a photograph and not much else about. Frank the driver shakes his hand, says sorry Mr. Cole, says he's got another job now driving for a different star. Jesse thanks him for the kindness, for the years of empty small talk. Watches one more piece of Nashville shrieking smaller, shrinking far. He checks out of the hotel with
now since Ray started working on the tour, carrying cases, counting money, handling every deal. Jesse trusts him like a brother, like the old days back in Clarksdale.
Never thinks to question how good things start to feel. Ray's got a way of talking smooth to men in fancy offices. Says he's looking out for Jesse like a brother ought to do. Jesse signs whatever papers Ray sets down before him. Never reads the fine print like his daddy taught him to. The shows keep getting bigger, Chicago now, then Detroit. Jesse's name in lights above the marquee getting tall. Ray handles all the money now, says don't you worry Jesse, just play your guitar brother and let me handle it all. Loretta starts to notice something changing in the numbers. Asks Jesse quiet questions when they're lying in the dark. Jesse waves it off and says that Ray's been like a brother. Loretta's face goes worried, but she just holds back and marks. Backstage in Chicago, Jesse catches Ray on the telephone, talking low and quick to someone Jesse's never met. Ray hangs up quick and smiles and says it's nothing, just business. Jesse nods and lets it go, though something feels like death. The whiskey glasses multiply with every passing city. Jesse drinks to celebrate and drinks to ease the pace. Loretta watches from the wings with worry in her shoulders, watching Jesse's smile grow thinner underneath his face. And the money keeps on flowing, and Ray keeps counting fast. And somewhere in the shadows, something ain't gonna last. Six strings still ringing, midnight train still running. Whiskey glass keeps filling while my brother counts to 10. Six strings still ringing, but something's coming undone. I trust the hand that's helping, don't know it's gonna break. Big Sam calls collect one night while Jesse's in Detroit. Says, boy, I heard some rumors about the man who's handling you. Jesse laughs it off, says, Sam, you're worrying for nothing. Ray's been with me since the start, he's always seen me through. Big Sam's voice goes quiet, then he says it slow and careful. Son, a man that counts your money ought to let you count it too. Ain't saying nothing's wrong, just saying watch a little closer. The road's got plenty wolves that wear a face that looks like you. Jesse hung up the phone that night and sat there for a long while, looking at the hotel wall like it might have answers written on it. He thought about Ray back in Clarksdale, sharing cornbread on a porch step when they were both just skinny boys, with nothing but a guitar and a dream between them. He thought about all the years since then, all the small favors, all the trust built up, one handshake at a time. Surely a man didn't change that much. Surely the boy who once gave Jesse half his sandwich when Jesse's own family had nothing to give, surely that boy wouldn't turn into somebody else just because there was money in the room now. Jesse told himself that he told himself that hard, but somewhere underneath the telling, a small cold feeling settled in his chest and didn't leave, not even after he fell asleep. Morning comes and Ray's already up and dressed for business, smiling wide and talking fast about the next big show. Jesse watches him a little closer than he did the day before. Ray don't seem to notice or pretends he doesn't know. Jesse signs whatever papers Ray sets down before him. Never reads the fine print like his daddy taught him to. The shows keep getting bigger, Chicago now, then Detroit. Jesse's name in lights above the marquee getting tall. Ray handles all the money now, says don't you worry Jesse, just play your guitar brother and let me handle it all. 3 months now since Ray started working on the tour, carrying cases, counting money, handling every deal. Jesse trusts him like a brother, like the old days back in Clarksdale. Never thinks to question how good things start to feel. Ray's got a way of talking smooth to men in fancy offices. Says he's looking out for Jesse like a brother ought to do. Jesse signs whatever papers Ray sets down before him. Never reads the fine print like his daddy taught him to. The show keep getting bigger, Chicago now, then Detroit. Jesse's name in lights above the marquee getting tall. Ray handles all the money now, says don't you worry Jesse, just play your guitar brother and let me handle it all. Loretta starts to notice something.
Church on a Saturday in June. The whole town gathered at the little church on a Saturday in June. Willie stood up as my best man. Mark was playing a wedding tune. Loretta cried before the service, even had a chance to start. Loretta cried before the service, even had a chance to start. Said Jesse Cole, I always knew you had a good and honest heart. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, ringing out across the town. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, Lord, I can't stop smiling now. Every road that ever hurt me led me right here, led me down. Junie walked in on her daddy's arm, dressed simple, dressed in white. Junie walked in on her daddy's arm, dressed simple, dressed in white. I forgot every word I practiced, just stood there struck by the sight. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, ringing out across the town. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, Lord, I can't stop smiling now. Every road that ever hurt me led me right here, led me down. Her daddy spoke the words over us, voice steady, eyes gone soft. Her daddy spoke the words over us, voice steady, eyes gone soft. I thought about my own daddy, watching somewhere up aloft. I thought about the porch back home where this old guitar first learned my hand. I thought about the porch back home where this old guitar first learned my hand. Wished he could have seen this day, wished he could understand. But I carried him there with me in the 6 strings on my back. I carried him there with me in the 6 strings on my back. Every lesson that he taught me, guiding me down this very track. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, ringing out across the town. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, Lord, I can't stop smiling now. Every road that ever
let me down. Big Sam made the trip from Clarksville, fiddle tucked beneath his arm. Big Sam made the trip from Clarksville, fiddle tucked beneath his arm. Said wouldn't miss this for the world, boy, wouldn't miss seeing you find your calm. He played a song outside the church while folks threw rice up in the air. He played a song outside the church while folks threw rice up in the air. Old Otis sent his blessing too, said the kettle wished us well from there. Standing there with Junie's hand in mine, watching Big Sam's fiddle dance under the Mississippi sun, I thought about every mile that brought me to this exact moment. Delilah's empty house, the crossroads outside Clarksville, Ray Kingston's cold office, Rosalie's silence, the long walk back to a town I thought I'd lost forever. None of it felt like wasted time anymore. It felt like a road that had to bend through every one of them places to lead me here, to a church full of people who love me plain and honest, to a woman who never once needed me to be anybody but myself. Big Sam caught my eye across the churchyard and gave me a nod, the same nod he gave me the very first day he found me singing on a corner. I understood it now, the way I couldn't back then. Some men build you up, some men just walk beside you till you find your own way up. The reception spilled out into the Reddish yard, tables full of food and song. The reception spilled out into the Reddish yard, tables full of food and song. Willie Marcus led the band, playing loud and playing long. Junie's daddy danced with his daughter, tears he wouldn't quite explain. Junie's daddy danced with his daughter, tears he wouldn't quite explain. I danced with Loretta after, thanking her again and again. There's a sun went down on Jackson, I pulled Junie close and swayed. There's a sun went down on Jackson, I pulled Junie close and swayed. Told her every hard road brought me here, and I'm glad I never strayed. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, and now she's carrying my name. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, ain't never felt so free of shame. Got sick strings on my shoulder and a love that puts every road to shame. Daddy's arm, dressed simple, dressed in white. Junior walked in on her daddy's arm, dressed simple, dressed in white. Woody stood up as my best man, Marcus playing a wedding tune. Loretta cried before the service even had a chance to start. Loretta cried before the service even had a chance to start. Said Jesse Cole, I always knew ya had a good and honest heart. Jackson wedding bells are ringing out across the town. Jackson wedding Dressing room with bows around the mirror's edge. Jesse sits alone before a show, straightening in his tie. Stares into his own reflection like it's someone else's face. Wonders when exactly that transformation passed him by. The suit's $100, silk against his collarbone. His hair is slicked and shining underneath the dressing lights. Jesse used to see his daddy's jawline in the mirror. Now he sees a stranger dressed for one more Nashville night. Someone knocks and hands him whiskey like a morning coffee. Says you got 20 minutes, Mr. Cole, before the show. Jesse drinks it slow and thinks about the Clarksdale mornings, when his only mirror was the river's steady flow. Loretta finds him staring, wraps her arms around his shoulders. Says, where'd you go just now? You looked a million miles away. Jesse tells her nothing, just a little tired, that's all. But Loretta's learned to see the things he doesn't say. The crowd tonight's the biggest one that Jesse's ever faced. 10,000 seats all filled with faces he don't know. Ray comes in to say the numbers, says they're breaking records. Jesse nods along, but something in him moves too slow. He picks his daddy's guitar up from its velvet case, runs his thumb along the wood worn smooth from years of hands. 6 strings, still the only thing that stayed the same since Clarksdale. The only piece of him still standing where it stands. And the crowd is already roaring, and the lights are already bright. Somewhere in the mirror, Jesse's looking for the light. 6 strings in the mirror, midnight train still calling, whiskey glass reflecting back a face I hardly know. 6 strings in the mirror, further from my falling. I'm chasing what I chase for, but I'm losing where to go. He walks the hallway to the stage where roadies rush around him. Ray's shouting orders like he owns the whole parade. Jesse pauses at the curtain, listens to the crowd's low thunder, remembers juke joints where the only crowd was Big Sam's trade. The lights come up and Jesse steps into the roaring shine. 10,000 voices calling out the only name he's got. Jesse smiles the practice smile and lifts his daddy's guitar, plays the opening chord and feels a small familiar spot. For 3 minutes, right there under those hot stage lights, something honest broke through all the diamonds and the whiskey. Jesse closed his eyes, and for just that one song, he wasn't the Prince of Beale Street, he wasn't a headline. He wasn't a man signing papers he never read. He was just a boy on a porch in Clarksdale, learning his daddy's chords by lamplight, playing for nobody but the crickets in the dark. The crowd roared like a flood when the song ended, and Jesse opened his eyes to 10,000 strangers, clapping for a moment of truth they probably didn't even know they'd witnessed. He thought, maybe that's still in there somewhere. Maybe the Delta boy ain't gone completely. Maybe he's just buried under all this shine, waiting on somebody to dig him back out. After the show, the dressing room fills up with familiar faces. Calloway, Loretta, Ray, all talking numbers, talking fame. Jesse sits quiet in the corner with his daddy's guitar, thinking that tonight for one song he remembered his own name.
sounds, remembering the truth beneath it all. 6 strings in the mirror, midnight train still calling, whiskey glass reflecting back a face I used to know. 6 strings in the mirror, further from my falling, Big Sam's voice still with me, Delilah's undertow. Daddy's guitar, remember who I really am tonight. 6 strings in the mirror, searching for the light. Chicago sleeps in neon, the arena finally still. Jesse sits alone before the mirror one more time. Chicago sleeps in neon, the arena finally still. Jesse sits alone before the mirror one more time. Chicago dressing room with bulbs around the mirror's edge. Jesse sits alone before a show, straightening his tie. Stares into his own reflection like it's someone else's face. Wonders when exactly that transformation passed him by. The suit's $100, silk against his collarbone. His hair is slicked and shining underneath the dressing lights. Jesse used to see his daddy's jawline in the mirror. Now he sees a stranger dressed for one more Nashville lit. Some of 'em knock some hands in whiskey, knock 'em on in coffee. Says you got 20 minutes, Mr. Cole, before the show. Jesse drinks it slow and thinks about the Clarksdale mornings, when his only mirror was the river's steady flow. Loretta finds him staring, wraps her arms around his shoulders. We rode into Jackson just as the sun began to fall. We rolled into Jackson just as the sun began to fall. I jumped out for the truck, had even stopped, didn't wait for Willie's call. Junie was sitting right there on the porch like she already knew. Junie was sitting right there on the porch like she already knew the exact hour I'd come walking up that road straight back to you. Sitting on the porch steps, watching the evening settle slow. Sitting on the porch steps, watching the evening settle slow. Ain't no crowd, ain't no bright lights, just a feeling I finally know. She didn't jump up running, didn't make a big old scene. She didn't jump up running, didn't make a big old scene. Just patted the step beside her, calm as a Sunday morning serene. Sitting on the porch steps, watching the evening settle slow. Sitting on the porch steps, watching the evening settle slow. Ain't no crowd, ain't no bright lights, just a feeling I finally know. I sat down close beside her, guitar resting at my feet. I sat down close beside her, guitar resting at my feet. She looked at me a long moment and said, "You look tired but complete." I told her about Birmingham, about turning down that steady pay. I told her about Birmingham, about turning down that steady pay. She just nodded slow and quiet like she'd know I'd choose this way. I wasn't gonna ask you to stay, she said, it wasn't my place to bend your road. I wasn't gonna ask you to stay, she said, wasn't my place to bend your road. But I sure am glad you chose it, glad you carried home this load. Sitting on the porch steps, watching the evening settle slow. Sitting on the porch steps, watching the evening settle slow. Ain't no crowd, ain't no bright lights, just a feeling I finally know. Loretta brought us out some tea,
didn't linger, left us be. Loretta brought us out some tea, didn't linger, left us be. Well, they hollered from the yard, don't wait too long now, cold to speak honestly. I laughed and looked over at Joni, feeling braver than before. I laughed and looked over at Joni, feeling braver than before. Took her hand there on the porch steps, didn't need to say much more. I told Junie everything that evening. Delilah's leaving, Rosalie's lies, Ray Kingston's fine print, every mile of road that led me finally to that exact porch step. She listened close, didn't flinch, didn't try to fix nothing or make it prettier than it was. When I finished, she just squeezed my hand and said, "Sounds like the road was teaching you something the whole time, Jesse. Sounds like maybe you needed to lose a few things before you knew what was worth keeping." I thought about my daddy's guitar, about Big Sam's warning, about every hard lesson wrapped up in 6 strings and a busted heart. And I thought, sitting there with Junie's hand in mine, that maybe this was what all that walking had been leading toward. Not fame, not money, not even redemption exactly. Just a porch, an honest woman, and a peace I hadn't known I was chasing. Stars came out slow above us, one by one across the sky. The stars came out slow above us, one by one across the sky. Judy hummed an old hymn soft and I hummed along, didn't know why. I asked her, would you mind if I stayed a while, not just passing through? I asked her, would you mind if I stayed a while, not just passing through? She smiled and said, Jesse Cole, I've been minding that since I first heard you sing true. Stay a while now. Stay a while now. Ooh, we sat there talking long past midnight, the porch light burning low. We sat there talking long past midnight, the porch light burning low. For the first time in a long, long while, I wasn't making to go. Sitting on the porch steps, and for once I ain't in a hurry to leave. Sit on the porch steps, learning how to simply believe. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and a heart that finally can breathe. The morning after that last show, I packed my things alone. The morning after that last show, I packed my things alone. No manager, no green-eyed woman, just me and my guitar in my own 2 hands on my own. Ray showed up in my hotel room, papers rolled up in his fist. Ray showed up in my hotel room, papers rolled up in his fist. You can't just walk away, Jesse, he said. There's a whole tour you're gonna miss. I'm walking out on Kingston now, leaving his kingdom in the dust. I'm walking out on Kingston now, leaving his kingdom in the dust. Every dollar that he offers now I told him, take me to court, then Ray, let the whole world hear the truth. Let them hear how you built your kingdom off the backs of restless youth. His face went pale a moment, first time I'd seen him lose his cool. His face went pale a moment, first time I'd seen him lose his cool. You wouldn't dare, he told me, but his voice had lost its usual jewel. I said, watch me, Ray, I got nothing left for you to steal. I said, watch me, Ray, I got nothing left for you to steal. You already took the woman and the money, this time I'm the one who deals. I'm walking out on Kingston now, leaving his kingdom in the dust. I'm walking out on Kingston now, leaving his kingdom in the dust. Every dollar that he offers now don't come with any trust. He tried another angle, then softer, almost like a plea. He tried another angle, then softer, almost like a plea. I made you who you are, Jesse, don't that count for something to you and me? I looked at him and shook my head, said, no, Ray, you got it wrong. I looked at him and shook my head, said, no, Ray, you got it wrong. I made myself with a busted heart and my daddy's 6 strings all along. You just found me when I was hungry enough to sign my name away. You just found me when I was hungry enough to sign my name away. Won't happen twice, I've learned my lesson. I ain't hungry, Ray, today. Ray stood there a long moment, and for the first time since I'd known him, I saw something almost like fear behind them calm, calculating eyes. Not fear of losing money. I don't think a man like Ray ever really feared that. Fear of being seen, maybe, for exactly what he was. A man who built a kingdom out of other men's dreams and never once had a dream of his own worth stealing. I almost felt sorry for him. Almost then I thought about Rosalie's green eyes, about the fine print, about the year I spent chasing applause instead of truth. And the sorry passed right on by. I hope you find somebody else to build you up, Ray. I said, but it ain't gonna be me, not anymore. I picked up my guitar case, walked past him slow, and for the first time in over a year, I opened a door that led somewhere I chose myself. I felt alright. I thought about heading back to Clarksville, back to Three Kettle Door. I thought about heading back to Clarksville, back to the Copper Kettle Door, back to Big Sam's fiddle in a room above a bar I'd known before. The city kept on moving me, about to find a steaming door. I stopped to find about the year I spent in the hospital instead of truth, and the story passed right on by. I hope you find somebody else to build you up, Ray, I said, but it ain't gonna be me, not anymore. I picked up my guitar case, walked past him slow, and for the first time in over a year, I opened a door that led somewhere I chose myself. I felt alright. I thought about heading back to Clarksville, back to the the door, back to Big Sam's fiddle. In the room above the bar I'd known before, I said, that ain't gonna be me, not anymore. I picked up my guitar case, walked past him slow, and for the first time in over a year I opened the door that led somewhere I chose myself.
Jesse sits alone and reads it twice beneath the hotel lamplight. Feels the weight of every number, every careful glance he took. Turns out raised $10,000 was just the surface showing. Deeper in the ledgers, deeper than Miss Hattie found. There's contracts signed by Jesse's hand he don't remember reading. Clauses buried thick as roots beneath familiar ground. The lawyer says the label owns the songs he wrote in Memphis, owns the masters, owns the publishing, owns near everything. Jesse feels his stomach drop the way it did that night at Beale Street, when he first picked up the pen and thought he understood the thing. You signed it, Mr. Cole, the lawyer says without much feeling. Standard clause, we all agree to terms we rarely read. Jesse thinks about his daddy's warning about the fine print. Thinks about the pen he took too quick, too full of need. Calloway won't take his calls now, hiding behind secretaries. The friendly grin from Beale Street traded for a closing door. Jesse learns the hardest lesson of the whole big shining city, that the men who raised him up can drop him faster than before. The tour dates start to cancel, one then two, then near a dozen. Word spreads quick through Nashville that the Cole boys caused a stir. Jesse sits alone in hotel rooms that used to feel like kingdoms, watching all the diamonds turn to something dark and blurred. And the phone stops ringing daily, and the crowds start growing thin, and the paper that once raised him now is closing tighter. Six strings and a lawyer's letter, midnight train derailing. Whiskey glass can't fix the contract signed too fast, too blind. Six strings and a lawyer's letter, everything I'm failing to hold on to is written down in someone else's mind. Jesse calls Big Sam collect, first time in near a year now. Voice cracking just a little when he says, Sam, I messed up bad. Big Sam listens quiet, doesn't say I told you so, boy. Just says, come on home a while, son, ain't nothing here that's had. But Jesse can't come home just yet, their show's still under contract. Lawyers say he's bound to play or face a bigger loss. Jesse picks his daddy's guitar up heavier than ever, walks out to another stage, another debt, another cost. That night before the show, Jesse sat backstage alone and read through the contract one more time, slow, word by word. The way his daddy always told him to. Too late for it to matter now, but he read it anyway, like a man walking back through a house that's already burned down, just to understand how the fire started. He found his own signature at the bottom of page after page, each one a little smaller, a little more rushed than the last, like even his own hand had been getting tired of pretending to pay attention. He thought about the boy on the platform in the rain, holding a business card like it was made of glass. That boy hadn't known what glass could cut you. Jesse closed the contract and set it down.
picked up his guitar instead, the one document in his whole life that had never once tried to trick him. At least I still got you, he said quiet, to no one, to the strangers. The show that night is smaller than the one from just months back. Empty seats scattered like missing teeth throughout the hall. Jesse plays anyway, plays on. It's like the old days back in Clarksdale. Feel something strange and almost peaceful, even as things fall. Jesse's harmonica answers, that's all I've got tonight. Silence and reed tangled in the half-filled hall. Two sounds holding steady, though everything might fall. Six strings in a lawyer's letter, midnight train derailing. Whiskey glass can't fix the contract, signed too fast, too blind. Six strings and a lawyer's letter, everything I'm failing. Big Sam's waiting patient, Delilah's far behind. Daddy's guitar is all that's left of everything that's mine. Six strings and a lawyer's letter, I'm running out of time. The marquee lights start flickering, some bulbs already burned out. The marquee lights start flickering, some bulbs already burned out. The marquee lights start flickering, some bulbs already burned out. The marquee lights start flickering, some bulbs already burned out. The marquee lights start flickering, some bulbs already burned out. The marquee lights start flickering, some bulbs already burned out. Jesse walks out to the empty street where his Cadillac still waits. Six strings across his shoulder like the day he left the Delta. Wondering if all this steep still has a floor that waits. A letter comes from Callaway's lawyers, thick as any Bible. Says the label wants a meeting, says there's trouble with the books. Jesse sits alone and reads it twice beneath the hotel lamplight. Feels the weight of every number, every careful glance he took. Turns out raised $10,000 was just the surface showing. Deeper in the ledgers, deeper than Miss Hattie found. There's contracts signed by Jesse's hand he don't remember reading. Clauses buried thick as roots beneath familiar ground. The lawyer says a label owns the songs he wrote in Memphis. All the
bus rolled slow through towns I used to pass in race fine cars. The bus rolled slow through towns I used to pass in race fine cars. Everything looks smaller now, though I hadn't traveled far. I watched the cotton fields go by, white as clouds against the ground. I watched the cotton fields go by, white as clouds against the ground. Felt something loosen in my chest, a weight I carried coming unwound. I'm going back to the tale now, back to where the story been. I'm
asked if I was headed home. An old man sat beside me, asked if I was headed home. I told him I wasn't rightly sure, just knew I couldn't keep on this way, couldn't roam. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to where the story been. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to find out what I meant. Before the lights, before the money, before the year I nearly spent. The bus pulled into Clarksville just as evening colors bled. The bus pulled into Clarksville just as evening colors bled. Same dusty streets, same weathered signs, same feeling I once fled. I walked the last few blocks on foot, guitar heavy on my back. I walked the last few blocks on foot, guitar heavy on my back. Every step felt like unwinding time along a well-worn track. I saw the copper kettle sign still hanging crooked as before. I saw the copper kettle sign still hanging crooked as before. My hand was shaking just a little as I reached out for that door. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to where the story been. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to find out what I meant. Before the lights, before the money, before the year I nearly spent. The room smelled just the same, whiskey, sawdust, and cigar. The room smelled just the same, whiskey, sawdust, and cigar. And there behind the bar stood Otis, same as always, same as far. Otis looked up slow, did a double take, and near about dropped the glass. Otis looked up slow, did a double take, and near about dropped the glass. Jesse Cole, he said, half laughing, didn't think I'd see that face. Otis told me Big Sam still played most Fridays, still had that same corner table, still ordered the same drink he never finished, said he'd ask about me sometimes, wondering out loud if the Memphis Lights had swallowed me whole. I asked if he was around tonight. Otis just smiled and nodded toward the back room, where I could hear a fiddle warming up, slow and familiar, like a voice. I hadn't realized how much I'd missed till I heard it again. I stood in that doorway a long moment, guitar case heavy in my hand, heart pounding harder than it ever did walking on to any stage in Memphis. I thought about everything that happened since I last stood in that same spot. Delilah's midnight train, Rosalie's green eyes, Ray's fine print, the whole gilded cage of it. And here I was again, back at the start, except I wasn't the same boy who walked in the first time. He looked up at me over his glasses, didn't seem the least bit grand. Just said, well, look what the midnight train done drove back in tonight. Just said, well, look what the midnight train done drove back in tonight. I laughed first real laugh in months, and it felt exactly right. He waved me over to the table, said, sit down, tell me where you've been. He waved me over to the table, said, sit down, tell me where you've been. I set my guitar down easy and finally let the whole just listen quiet, not as slow, and poured me out some wine. I made it back to the kettle now, and Big Sam's still right here, still right here. I made it back to the kettle now, after a hard and costly year. Got 6 strings on my shoulder, and an old friend who still holds me dear. An old man sat beside me, asked if I was headed home. The bus rolled slow through towns I used to pass in Ray's fine car. Everything looked small now, though I hadn't traveled far. I watched the cotton fields go by, white as clouds against the ground. I watched the cotton fields go by, white as clouds against the ground. Felt something loosen in my chest, a weight I carried coming unwound. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to where the story bit. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to find out what I meant before the lights.
3 days passed with Rosalie gone, no word, no call, no sign. 3 days passed with Rosalie gone, no word, no call, no sign. I threw myself into rehearsal, tried to drown it out in rhyme. Ray stopped by my hotel room, said we got a bigger show to plan. Ray stopped by my hotel room, said we got a bigger show to plan. Acting like nothing in the world had shifted underneath this man. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. I should have seen it coming sooner, should have read the warning in his calm. I asked him plain if he'd seen Rosalie, watched his eyes dart to the floor. He asked him plain if he'd seen Rosalie, watched his eyes dart to the floor. Can't say that I have, he told me, but I'd heard that lie before. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. I should have seen it coming sooner, should have read the warning in his calm. I went down to the starlight office, caught the secretary alone. I went down to the starlight office, caught the secretary alone. She hesitated, then she told me something I had never known. She said, Mr. Kingston and Miss Rosalie, they go back before your time. She said, Mr. Kingston and Miss Rosalie, they go back before your time. She works for him, Mr. Cole always has, since before Clarksville, since before that green-eyed shine. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. I should have seen it coming sooner, should have read the warning in his calm. I stood there like I'd been hit, the room spinning slow around. I stood there like I'd been hit, the room spinning slow around. Every sweet word Rosalie whispered, turning hollow, turning to sound. She was a never mind to lose, she was a raised hand all along. She was a never mind to lose, she was a raised hand all along. Sent to keep me sweet and steady, singing pretty, singing strong. I thought about that first night at the kettle, her green eyes catching the light. I thought about that first night at the kettle, her green eyes catching the light. Wondered how much of that meeting had been planned before that very night. I walked out of that office and just kept walking. Didn't have a place in mind. Past the diners and the record shops with my own face staring back at me from the window glass. And I thought about Big Sam's warning the very first week I met Ray Kingston. She runs with a fella named Ray, comes round when the crowd is more. I
I'd heard that warning with my own 2 ears and let it drift right past me. Too dazzled by green eyes and gold rings to hear the truth in it. I thought about my daddy's guitar resting back in that hotel room, the one honest thing in my whole life that never once lied to me, never once needed to be paid to sound the way it sounded. I stopped walking outside, a little shack on the edge of downtown, sat down on the steps, and for the first time since Delilah left, I let myself cry. Right there in the middle of Memphis, a famous man crying like the cotton field boy he used to be. Ow! But knew I still had something left to prove. I wasn't gonna run this time, I wasn't gonna disappear. I wasn't gonna run this time, I wasn't gonna disappear. I was gonna stand right there in Memphis and make great Kingston here. He knew all along she was never yours. Turn grim. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, but now the whole truth's clear. Truth is clear. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, and I ain't going nowhere. Go nowhere. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and a fire he ought to fear. Since I left Clarksville behind. I've been walking near a week now since I left Clarksville behind. No map worth following, just my own feet and an open mind. Slept in barns and empty church pews wherever I could lay. Slept in barns and empty church pews wherever I could lay. Played for supper in 3 towns so far, made it another day. I'm headed nowhere in particular, just following the band. I'm headed nowhere in particular, no beginning and no end. Just me and 6 strings on the shoulder of a man who's starting again. A farmer gave me a ride to Greenwood, said you look like trouble, son. A farmer gave me a ride to Greenwood, said you look like trouble, son. I laughed and told him trouble's just another name for someone on the run. I'm headed nowhere in particular, just following the band. I'm headed nowhere in particular, no beginning and no end. Just me and 6 strings on the shoulder of a man who's starting again. played on a corner in Greenwood Square, hat out on the ground. I played on a corner in Greenwood Square, hat out on the ground. Made enough for a bowl of stew and a bottle passed around. A group of young men gathered near, guitars slung on their backs too. A group of young men gathered near, guitars slung on their backs too. Said, mister, that sound you're making, we ain't never heard nothing quite that true. I told them I used to have a record playing on the radio. I told them I used to have a record playing on the radio. They just looked at me confused, said, then why you out here? Why you travel so? I'm heading nowhere in particular, just following the band. I'm heading nowhere in particular, no beginning and no end. Just me and 6 strings on the shoulder of a man who's starting again. I told him the truth, plain and simple. I went and lost myself somewhere. I told him the truth, plain and simple. I went and lost myself somewhere. Figured the only way to find him was to walk on back to nowhere. They laughed not unkind, and one of them said, well, nowhere's a mighty fine place to start. They laughed not unkind, and one of them said, well, nowhere's a mighty fine place to start. Beat somewhere that cost you every honest piece of your heart. That young man's words stuck with me longer than I expected they would. I sat that night by a little fire outside of Greenwood, guitar across my knee. And I thought about how strange it was, feeling more free with empty pockets than I ever felt with Ray Kingston's money lining my coat. There's a kind of peace in not knowing where you're sleeping tomorrow, long as you know exactly who's doing the sleeping. I thought about Big Sam's map, all them towns with unfamiliar names, and I understood finally why he never once tried to talk me out of leaving the kettle. Some men need a destination. I was starting to think I just needed the road itself, and enough truth in my hands to turn every mile of it into a song worth singing. With every passing day, met an old blind preacher playing hymns turned into blues. Met an old blind preacher playing hymns turned into blues. He said, son, the Lord and the devil both listen to the very same news. Just wanna know what's really going on within. I'm heading nowhere in particular, and Lord, it feels so right. I'm heading nowhere in particular, walking through the day and night. Got 6 strings on the shoulder of a man who's starting again. Greenwood like trouble, son. A farmer gave me a ride to Greenwood, said you look like trouble, son. I laughed and told him trouble's just another name for someone on the run. I'm heading nowhere in particular, just following the bend. I'm heading nowhere in particular, no beginning and no end. Just me and 6 strings on the shoulder of a man who's starting again. A farmer gave me a ride to Greenwood, said you look like trouble, son. A farmer gave me a ride to Greenwood, said you look like trouble, son. I laughed and told him trouble's just another name for someone on the run. I'm headed nowhere in particular, just following the bend. I'm headed nowhere in particular, no beginning and no end. Just me and 6 strings on the shoulder of a man who's starting again. A farmer gave me a ride to Greenwood, said you look like trouble, son. A farmer gave me a ride to Greenwood, said you look.
I've been walking near a week now since I left Clarksville behind. I've been walking near a week now since I left Clarksville behind. No map worth following, just my own feet and an open mind. Slept in barns and empty church pews wherever I could lay. Slept in barns and empty church pews wherever I could lay. Played for supper in 3 towns so far, made it another day. I'm headed nowhere in particular, just following the bend. I'm headed nowhere in particular, to no beginning and no end. Just me and 6 strings on the shoulder of a man who's starting again. A farmer gave me a ride to Greenwood, said you look like trouble, son. A farmer gave me a ride to Greenwood, said you look like trouble, son. I laughed and told him trouble's just another name for someone on the run. I'm headed nowhere in particular, just following the bend. I'm headed nowhere in particular, no beginning and no end. Just me and 6 strings on the shoulder of a man who's starting again. I played on a corner in Greenwood Square, had out on the ground. I played on a corner in Greenwood Square, had out on the ground. Made enough for a bowl of stew and a bottle passed around. A group of young men gathered near, guitar slung on their backs too. A group of young men gathered near, guitar slung on their backs too. Said, mister, that sound you're making we ain't never heard, nothing quite that true. I told him I used to have a record playing on the radio. I told him I used to have a record playing on the radio. They just looked at me confused, said, and why you out here? Why you travel so? I'm headed nowhere in particular, just following the bend. I'm headed nowhere in particular, no beginning and no end. Just me and 6 strings on the shoulder of a man who's starting again. I told him the truth, plain and simple. I went and lost myself somewhere. I told him the truth, plain and simple. I went and lost myself somewhere. Figured the only way to find him was to walk on back to nowhere. They laughed, not unkind, and one of them said, well, nowhere's a mighty fine place to start. They laughed, not unkind, and one of them said, well, nowhere's a mighty fine place to start. Beach somewhere that cost you every honest piece of your heart. That young man's words stuck with me longer than I expected they would. I sat that night by a little fire outside of Greenwood, guitar across my knee. And I thought about how strange it was, feeling more free with empty pockets than I ever felt with Ray Kingston's money lining my coat.
There's a kind of peace in not knowing where you're sleeping tomorrow. Long as you know exactly who's doing the sleeping. I thought about Big Sam's nap. All them towns with unfamiliar names. And I understood finally why he never once tried to talk me out of leaving the kettle. Some men need a destination. I was starting to think I just needed the road itself and enough truth in my hands to turn every mile of it into a song worth singing. I traveled on through Yazoo City, then down toward Vicksburg Way. I traveled on through Yazoo City, then down toward Vicksburg Way. Been picking up a little money and a little peace with every passing day. Met an old blind preacher playing hymns turned into blues. Met an old blind preacher playing hymns turned into blues. He said, son, the Lord and the devil both listen to the very same news. Going on within. I'm headed nowhere in particular, and Lord, it feels so right, feels so right. I'm headed nowhere in particular, walking through the day and night, day and night. Got 6 strings on the shoulder and a freedom burning bright. Jackson, that felt more like home than my own. Every time we rolled back through, she'd have a plate set at the door. Every time we rolled back through, she'd have a plate set at the door. Never asked for nothing back, just fed us till we couldn't eat no more. There's a kindness in Willie's wife's kitchen, simple as bread and grace. There's a kindness in Willie's wife's kitchen, simple as bread and grace. First real family table I sat at since I left my daddy's place. Their kids would climb up on my lap and ask about the road. Their kids would climb up on my lap and ask about the road. I tell them stories, some of them true, about every town I know. There's a kindness in Willie's wife's kitchen, simple as bread and grace. There's a kindness in Willie's wife's kitchen, simple as bread and grace. First real family table I sat at since I left my daddy's place. Loretta asked me one evening, stirring pots above the flame. Loretta asked me one evening, stirring pots above the flame. You ever think of settling, Jesse? Finding a woman, finding your own name. I told her about Delilah, about Rosalie's green eyes and lies. I told her about Delilah, about Rosalie's green eyes and lies. She just shook her head and smiled, said, you ain't met the right one, that's no surprise. The right one don't need convincing, she said, and don't need chasing down. The right one don't need convincing, she said, and don't need chasing down. She'll just sit beside you quiet and somehow won't feel like a frown. There's a kindness in Willie's wife's kitchen, simple as bread and grace. There's a kindness in Willie's wife's kitchen, simple as bread and grace. First real family table I sat at since I left my daddy's place. I helped Willie fix the fence line on a Sunday Sunday we weren't playing, sweating simple labor, no crowd around us swaying. Marcus brought his little sister by name of Junie, quiet and kind. Marcus brought his little sister by name of Junie, quiet and kind. She didn't fawn or flatter none, just sat and hummed along, easy in her mind. I noticed Junie, the way you notice weather changing, slow, and then all at once. She wasn't trying to catch my eye like Rosalie used to. Wasn't waiting on my next record or my next big show. She just sat on Willie's porch steps humming along to whatever I played, sometimes correcting my chords with a laugh, saying, "That ain't how the old hymns go, Jesse." Loretta caught me watching her one evening and just smiled that no one smiled. Didn't say a word, just went back to stirring her pot like she'd already seen. The whole story before it even started, I thought about Big Sam's advice about the blues coming from truth, and I wondered if maybe truth could sound like something gentler than heartbreak for once. Like a porch and a hymn sung slightly wrong, and a woman who didn't need a single thing from me except my honest company. Hey! I stayed an extra week in Jackson, telling the band I needed rest. I stayed an extra week in Jackson, telling the band I needed rest. Willie just grinned and winked at Marcus, said rest. Sure, that's what he calls it, I guess. Junie taught me her family's hymns, old songs passed down through years. Junie taught me her family's hymns, old songs passed down through years. I taught her a little of the blues, and for once, there weren't no fears. Yeah! Let it go. Loretta packed us food for the road when it finally came time to leave. Loretta packed us food for the road when it finally came time to leave. Junie stood on the porch and waved, and something in my chest began to grieve. There's a kindness in Willie's wife's kitchen that I'll carry down every road. In Willie's wife's kitchen, ooh, lighter than any load, lighter than that. Got 6 dreams on my shoulder and a feeling I ain't fully known. Ooh, yeah. Clarksdale with the roosters rusty crowing. Jesse wakes on Big Sam's couch, a blanket rough and thin. Reaches for his guitar first before his boots of breakfast. Something in that habit feels like breathing once again. Big Sam's already up and moving, coffee on the stovetop. Says there's grits if you want some, ain't fancy like you used to. Jesse laughs, first real laugh in months, says fancy never fed me half as good as what you're cooking, Sam, and that's the honest truth. They sit out on the porch step while the morning burns off slowly. Big Sam hands him coffee, black, no sugar, just the way Jesse used to take it back before the Nashville parties, before the world convinced him playing was something to give away. A neighbor walks by slow and waves, don't ask for autographs or pictures, just says morning Sam and morning to the stranger by his side. Jesse realizes nobody here cares much about the the magazine covers, feels a weight come off his shoulders, wide as Delta sky is wide. Big Sam pulls his own guitar out, says, let's see what you remember. Starts a simple 12-bar blues the way he taught him years ago. Jesse joins in, hesitant at first, and finds the old groove waiting. Something clicks back into place he didn't know he'd let go. And nothing polished, just two men and two guitars beneath the porch roof morning light. Jesse feels his hands remembering something deeper than the fingers, a rhythm that don't need 10,000 people to feel right. And the porch boards creak familiar, and the coffee's going cold, and the music's getting simpler, getting truer, growing old. 6 strings on the porch step, midnight train still running, whiskey glass forgotten on a shelf I hardly see. 6 strings on the porch step, learning how the sunrise feels different when there's nothing that you're chasing after me. Word starts spreading slow through Clarksdale that the coal boy has come home. A few folks stop to listen when Big Sam's porch starts to play. Jesse feels a nervousness at first, like Nashville's watching, judging, then remembers these are neighbors, not reporters, and lets that fear give way. By evening, there's a small crowd gathered loose around the porch steps. Nothing like the arenas, nothing like the diamond lights. Jesse plays a song he's never played before, something new and honest about a man who lost his way and found it back some quiet night. An old woman in the small crowd, maybe 70 years old, came up to Jesse after the songs had finished and took his hand in both of hers, rough and warm. She said, "Baby, I heard you on the radio a few years back. Sounded pretty, sounded like money. But this, what you just played on this porch, this sounds like somebody's soul." Jesse didn't know what to say to that. He thanked her, quiet, and she nodded like she understood more than he'd said out loud after she walked off into the evening. Jesse sat back down next to Big Sam and thought about all the stages, all the reviews, all the magazine covers calling him the Prince of Beale Street. None of it had ever felt as true as one old woman holding his hand on a Clarksdale porch, telling him she'd heard his soul in the music. Maybe that's what he'd lost somewhere in Nashville. Not the talent, not the 6 strings, just the willingness to let the soul show through them. Shoulder once the small crowd's finally scattered, says that's the sound I always knew was hiding in your chest. Jesse looks out at the darkening fields beyond the porch light, says, I think I finally understand what home really meant. Train still running, whiskey glass forgotten on a shelf I hardly see. 6 strings on the porch step, learning how the sunrise feels different when I'm playing just for what it means to me. Big Sam here beside me, teaching me again to grow. Daddy's guitar is finally home. Finally home, finally home, finally home. Stars come out over Clarksdale, same as every night before. Jesse sits alone a moment once the porch is finally clear. 6 strings resting in his lap beneath the same old sky. 50 songs of running led him back to where he's always feared and loved and steered. disappearing near and far. Calloway's lawyers say the debts have finally caught the numbers. They say the label's cutting losses, say the contract's now in doubt. Jesse packs the things he still can call his own inside a suitcase, 6 strings and a photograph, and not much else about. Frank the driver shakes his hand, says sorry, Mr. Cole. Says he's got another job now, driving for a different star. Jesse thanks him for the kindness, for the years of empty small talk. Watches one more piece of Nashville shrinking smaller, shrinking far. He checks out of the hotel with the manager, watching careful, counting every towel, every ashtray, every little thing. Jesse used to tip in 20s, used to laugh at all their fussing. Now he counts his own thin wallet like a man who's counting strings. Miss Hattie finds him in the lobby, quiet, sets an envelope. Says it's not much severance, but she wanted him to know that some folks still remember kindness underneath the ruin. Jesse thanks her, doesn't cry, though his eyes are close to those. He walks out to the station where he'd walked in years before. Different suitcase, different man, though the tracks remain the same. Buys a one-way ticket south this time instead of north to Fortune. Whispers to himself the sound of his own given name. And the station clock keeps ticking, same as ever, cold and slow. And the midnight train arriving is the only friend Jesse knows. 6 strings and a suitcase, midnight train is calling. Whiskey glass left broken in a hotel far behind. 6 strings and a suitcase, everything is falling. But something feels like honesty for the first time in my mind. An old man on the platform strikes up, conversation easy. Says you look like someone I might have heard on the radio. Jesse almost laughs, says used to be, don't know if I still am. The old man shrugs and says, well son, seems like a hard road. The train pulls in with steam and steel the way it always has. Jesse climbs aboard with nothing but his suitcase and his name. No driver, no assistant, no Loretta, and no Ray now. Just the rattling window seat and the Delta calling him again. Somewhere around the Kentucky line, Jesse pressed his head against the glass, the same way he had 3 years before, riding the opposite direction. Full of hope and a business card and a future he thought he understood. Now the future was behind him, or maybe it never existed, the way he pictured it. Maybe the whole shining Nashville dream had just been a longer, prettier version of a whiskey glass. Something a man drinks to feel bigger than he is, until one morning he wakes up and the bottle's empty, and so is he. Jesse thought about his daddy again, the way he always did. The world got too loud to think straight in. His daddy had never owned a Cadillac, never owned a diamond ring, never signed a contract that didn't read 3 times over first. And yet somehow on that porch in Clarksdale, that man had seemed richer than anybody Jesse met in Nashville. Jesse didn't know yet if he could get back to that kind of rich. But for the first time in a long while, riding that rattling train through the dark, he wanted to try. The conductor calls the station, same as any other evening. Jesse watches farmland roll by, darker than before. He thinks of Big Sam's juke joint, thinks of Clarksdale's dusty roads, thinks that maybe going backward is the only way to move forward anymore. guitar is all I get from everything I chased. 6 strings and a suitcase, I'm going back to face it. Dawn breaks slow across the fields as Mississippi nears. Jesse's eyes stay open, watching red clay come in view. 6 strings resting on his lap, a suitcase by his boots. Riding on the Clarksdale to the only truth he knew. Repossession and arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Jesse watches from the window as they hook up to the car. The moon-colored Cadillac that once made him feel like royalty rolls away behind the tow truck, disappearing near and far. Callaway's lawyers say the debts have finally caught the numbers. Say the label's cutting losses. Say the contracts are now in doubt. Jesse packs the things he still can call his own inside a suitcase. 6 strings and a photograph, and not much else about. Frank the driver shakes his hand, says sorry, Mr. Cole. Says he's got another job now, driving for a different stop. Jesse thanks him for the
Chicago dressing room with bulbs around the mirror's edge. Jesse sits alone before a show, straightening his tie. Stares into his own reflection like it's someone else's face. Wonders when exactly that transformation passed him by. The suit's $100, silk against his collarbone. His hair is slicked and shining underneath the dressing lights. Jesse used to see his daddy's jawline in the mirror. Now he sees a stranger dressed for one more Nashville night. Someone knocks and hands him whiskey like a morning coffee. Says you got 20 minutes, Mr. Cole, before the show. Jesse drinks it slow and thinks about the Clarksdale mornings when his only mirror was the river's steady flow. Loretta finds him staring, wraps her arms around his shoulders, says, "Where'd you go just now? You looked a million miles away." Jesse tells her nothing, just a little tired, that's all. But Loretta's learned to see the things he doesn't say. The crowd tonight's the biggest one that Jesse's ever faced. 10,000 seats all filled with faces he don't know. Ray comes in to say the numbers, says they're breaking records. Jesse nods along, but something in him moves too slow. He picks his daddy's guitar up from its velvet case, runs his thumb along the wood worn smooth from years of hands. 6 strings, still the only thing that stayed the same since Clarksdale. The only piece of him still standing where it stands. And the crowd is already roaring, and the lights are already bright. And somewhere in the mirror, Jesse's looking for the light. 6 strings in the mirror, midnight train still calling, whiskey glass reflecting back a face I hardly know. 6 strings in the mirror, further from my falling. I'm chasing what I chased for, but I'm losing where to go. He walks the hallway to the stage,
where roadies rush around him, Ray shouting orders like he owns the whole parade. Jesse pauses at the curtain, listens to the crowd's low thunder, remembers juke joints where the only crowd was Big Sam's trade. Lights come up and Jesse steps into the roaring shining. 10,000 voices calling out the only name he's got. Jesse smiles, the practice smile, and lifts his daddy's guitar, plays the opening chord and feels a small familiar spot. For 3 minutes, right there under those hot stage lights, something honest broke through all the diamonds and the whiskey. Jesse closed his eyes, and for just that one song, he wasn't the Prince of Beale Street, he wasn't a headline. He wasn't a man signing papers he never read. He was just a boy on a porch in Clarksdale, learning his daddy's chords by lamplight, playing for nobody but the crickets in the dark. The crowd roared like a flood when the song ended, and Jesse opened his eyes to 10,000 strangers clapping for a moment of truth they probably didn't even know they'd witnessed. He thought, maybe that's still in there somewhere. Maybe the Delta boy ain't gone completely. Maybe he's just buried under all this shine, waiting on somebody to dig him back out. After the show, the dressing room fills up with familiar faces. Calloway, Loretta, Ray, all talking numbers, talking fame. Jesse sits quiet in the corner with his daddy's guitar, thinking that tonight, for one song, he remembered his own name.